A Treatise of Human Nature, David Hume. David Hume's A Treatise of Human Nature, 1739-40, attempts to found the science of man on the experimental method, impressions and ideas, association, custom, belief, the passions and morals through 3 books, Understanding, Passions, Morals, and a late appendix on personal identity. This summary reconstructs the argument's movement in Hume's urbane skeptical register, from the origin of ideas through cause and necessary connection, skepticism and the self, pride and love, liberty and the will, to justice as artificial virtue and the moral sense. Abstract. David Hume's A Treatise of Human Nature, 1739-40, attempts to found the science of man on the experimental method of reasoning, mapping impressions and ideas, association, custom, belief, the passions and morals by cautious observation of common life rather than by pretended ultimate principles. Book I of the Understanding moves from the origin of ideas through space and time to causal inference and necessary connection. Then into skepticism concerning reason, the senses, and personal identity, ending in a return to nature and common life. Book II of the Passions explains pride, love, liberty, and necessity, and the will. Book III of Morals derives moral distinctions from sentiment, treats justice as an artificial virtue arising from convention, and surveys the natural virtues. A late appendix confesses that the account of personal identity remains incomplete. This summary reconstructs the argument's movement in Hume's urbane skeptical register. Executive summary. The central thesis: all sciences of morals, criticism, and politics rest on the science of man. That science must be experimental, gleaning principles from experience rather than from pretended a priori foundations. Perceptions divide into impressions and ideas by force and liveliness. Ideas associate by resemblance, contiguity, and causation. Belief is a lively idea related to a present impression. Causal inference and the idea of necessary connection arise from custom, not from reason's insight into powers. The passions obey a double relation of impressions and ideas. Reason is the slave of the passions in directing the will. Moral distinctions are felt, not deduced. Justice is artificial, yet natural in the sense that it arises from human inventiveness under scarcity and limited generosity. Philosophy, pushed to its extreme, discovers contradictions it cannot dissolve, and nature restores us to common life. Foundational observations. Science of man/experimental method. Logic, morals, criticism, and politics depend on human nature. Hume would march to the capital rather than take frontier forts. Ultimate principles beyond experience are a shared defect of all sciences. Experiments and morals must be gleaned from behavior and company, affairs and pleasures, because deliberate self-experiment disturbs the phenomena. Impressions and ideas. All perceptions resolve into impressions, forceful sensations, passions, emotions, and ideas, faint images in thinking. Simple ideas copy simple impressions. Complex ideas may be compounded. The missing shade of blue is owned as a small exception that does not overturn the copy principle. Association, resemblance, contiguity, and causation are the gentle forces that unite ideas, a kind of attraction in the mental world. Memory preserves order and vivacity. Imagination has liberty within these bonds. Custom, belief, necessary connection. Causal inference is not a demonstration. We project past regularities by custom. Belief is a lively idea associated with a present impression. The idea of necessary connection is traced not to the objects, but to an internal impression of determination in the mind. The treatise's central negative result against powers as perceived in bodies. Skepticism and common life. Reason and the senses, pursued to the end, generate contradictions. Personal identity is a fiction of the imagination binding distinct perceptions. Yet nature is too strong for metaphysical melancholy. Appetite, conversation, and backgammon restore commerce with the world. The appendix later confesses that even this account of identity remains defective. Double relation of passions, pride and humility, love and hatred, turn on a double relation of impressions and ideas. The object, self or other, and the cause, quality in a subject, linked by association. Sympathy communicates vivacity and explains esteem, compassion, malice, and fame. Liberty, necessity, and the will. Moral evidence mirrors natural, constant union and inference. Liberty as chance is rejected. Liberty as spontaneity is compatible with necessity. Reason alone cannot produce action. It is the slave of the passions, distinguishing calm from violent affections. Moral sense versus reason. Vice and virtue are not relations discoverable by reason alone. Oak and parricide, incest analogies. Morality is felt as a particular species of pleasure or uneasiness. The shift from is to ought marks a new relation that must be observed and explained. Justice as artificial virtue. Under scarcity and limited generosity, conventions of property, consent, and promises arise. Justice is artificial in origin, yet natural as a human invention. Government and allegiance stabilize large societies. Chastity and modesty illustrate parallel artificial virtues. Natural virtues and sympathy. Benevolence, greatness of mind, and natural abilities earn approbation through sympathy from a steady, general point of view. Sympathy is the chief source of moral distinctions. The anatomist of the mind prepares the painter of virtue. Significance and recommendation. Primary for anyone studying empiricism, causation, personal identity, free will, or sentimental ethics. Read Book I Parts 1 and 3 for the copy principle and custom. Part 4 in the appendix for the skeptical crisis. Book 2 for the mechanism of the passions. Book 3 Parts 1 to 2 for moral sense and justice. Pair with the first inquiry for a later, more polished statement of the understanding and with the second inquiry for morals. But do not treat the treatise as merely superseded. Its anatomy of association, belief, and artificial virtue remains the fuller system. For forensic depth, follow each book's difficulties through to Hume's own resolutions and confessions of limit. Introduction. The disgrace of philosophy and metaphysical prejudice. Hume opens with a candid diagnosis. New philosophers decry their predecessors, yet when they lament ignorance on the weightiest questions, the learned assent. Celebrated systems exhibit principles on trust, lame deductions, incoherence, drawing disgrace upon philosophy. Disputes multiply with heat though nothing is settled. Eloquence, not reason, carries the prize as though trumpeters won the battle. Hence prejudice against metaphysical reasonings, even among scholars. Not one science, but whatever is abstruse. Men prefer entertaining error to fruitless labor. Only skepticism with indolence could justify that aversion. Truth, if reachable, lies deep. Hume pretends to know easy path and would count obviousness presumption against his undertaking. Metaphysical reasonings. Any abstruse argument demanding sustained attention, the kind scholars dismiss after repeated disappointment. Quote, principles taken upon trust, consequences lamely deduced from them, want of coherence in the parts and of evidence in the whole, these are everywhere to be met with in the systems of the most eminent philosophers, and seem to have drawn disgrace upon philosophy itself. Quote, amidst all this bustle it is not reason which carries the prize, but eloquence, and no man needs ever despair of gaining proselytes to the most extravagant hypothesis who has art enough to represent it in any favorable colors. Human nature as foundation of the sciences. Every science relates to human nature. Mathematics and natural religion, however remote, return to the faculties that judge them. Logic, morals, criticism, and politics bear the intimate connection, comprehending almost everything that can improve or adorn a mind. The expedient is to march to the capital, human nature itself, not skirmish on the frontier. Master that science, and the rest may follow. No important question can be decided with certainty beforehand. In explaining human nature, Hume proposes in effect a complete system of the sciences on a foundation almost entirely new, the only one upon which they can stand with any security. Science of man, the study of understanding, ideas, passions, and social existence grounding logic, morals, criticism, and politics. Quote, here then is the only expedient from which we can hope for success in our philosophical researches, to leave the tedious lingering method, which we have hitherto followed, and instead of taking now and then a castle or village on the frontier, to march up directly to the capital or center of these sciences, to human nature itself, which being once masters of, we may everywhere else hope for an easy victory. Experimental method, ultimate limits, and common life. The science of man's foundation must be experience and observation. Experimental philosophy belatedly applied to moral subjects, as natural philosophy preceded it by a century from Thales to Socrates and again from Bacon to recent English reformers. Mind's essence being unknown, we learn its powers only from experiment and cannot go beyond experience. Hypotheses of ultimate original qualities ought to be rejected. Reaching reason's limit, we rest content on vulgar experience alone. That limit is common to all sciences. Yet moral inquiry cannot manufacture experiments without disturbing what it observes. We must glean them from common life, company, affairs, pleasures, hoping for a science not inferior in certainty and much superior in utility. Experimental philosophy, founding claims on observation rather than conjecture, extended from natural bodies to moral subjects. Ultimate principles, the furthest explanatory ground. Pursuit breeds chimerical hypothesis, while confession of limits satisfies reader and writer. Quote, nor ought we to think that this latter improvement in the science of man will do less honor to our native country than the former in natural philosophy, but ought rather to esteem it a greater glory, upon account of the greater importance of that science, as well as the necessity it lay under of such a reformation. Quote, we must therefore glean up our experiments in this science from a cautious observation of human life, and take them as they appear in the common course of the world, by men's behavior in company, in affairs, and in their pleasures. Where experiments of this kind are judiciously collected and compared, we may hope to establish on them a science which will not be inferior in certainty, and will be much superior in utility to any other of human comprehension. Book I, Part 1, of Ideas. Hume opens the science of human nature by arranging the materials of the mind before any grand system is erected. Book I, Part 1 sorts perceptions, traces their origin, distinguishes the faculties that repeat them, discovers the principles by which they hang together, and resolves a dispute about general ideas that had long perplexed philosophy. The movement is experimental throughout, from what everyone can observe in himself to principles that will bear the weight of later books on causation, belief, and the self. Impressions, ideas, and their origin. All the perceptions of the human mind, Hume tells us, resolve themselves into two distinct kinds, impressions and ideas. The difference consists not in the objects represented, but in the degrees of force and liveliness with which they strike upon the mind. Impressions comprehend sensations, passions, and emotions as they first appear in the soul. Ideas are the faint images of these in thinking and reasoning. Everyone readily perceives the difference betwixt feeling and thinking, though in sleep, fever, madness, or violent emotion, the boundary may nearly vanish. Perceptions are also divided into simple and complex. Simple impressions and ideas admit of no distinction nor separation. Complex ones may be distinguished into parts, as color, taste, and smell in an apple remain distinguishable though united. The first remarkable relation betwixt impressions and ideas is their great resemblance in every particular except force and vivacity. Yet this holds strictly only for simple perceptions. Hume can imagine the New Jerusalem with pavement of gold, though he never saw it. Having seen Paris, he cannot affirm he forms an idea that perfectly represents every street in just proportion. For simple perceptions, however, he ventures to affirm without exception that every simple idea has a simple impression which resembles it, differing only in degree, not in nature. From his constant conjunction, he derives his first principle. All our simple ideas in their first appearance are derived from simple impressions which are correspondent to them. Impressions always take the precedence of their correspondent ideas, and where the faculties giving rise to impressions are obstructed, the correspondent ideas never appear. The missing shade of blue offers a singular exception, which Hume treats as too particular to overturn the general maxim. This question of precedency, he observes, is the same that made so much noise under the name of innate ideas. Since simple impressions are prior, method would examine impressions before ideas. Yet Hume begins with ideas, because impressions of sensation belong to anatomists, while the passions principally deserving attention arise mostly from ideas. Impressions divide into those of sensation, arising from unknown causes, and those of reflection, derived from ideas. An impression strikes the senses. The mind retains a copy. When that idea of pleasure or pain returns, it produces desire, aversion, hope, and fear. Impressions of reflection copied again by memory and imagination. Copy principle. Every simple idea in its first appearance is derived from a correspondent simple impression. Constant conjunction and priority of impressions establish the dependence. Quote, all the perceptions of the human mind resolve themselves into two distinct kinds, which I shall call impressions and ideas. The difference betwixt these consists in the degrees of force and liveliness with which they strike upon the mind and make their way into our thought or consciousness. Those perceptions, which enter with most force and violence, we may name impressions, and under this name I comprehend all our sensations, passions, and emotions, as they make their first appearance in the soul. By ideas, I mean the faint images of these in thinking and reasoning. Quote, that all our simple ideas in their first appearance are derived from simple impressions, which are correspondent to them, and which they exactly represent. Memory, imagination, and the association of ideas. When any impression has been present with the mind, it again appears as an idea in two ways. If the new appearance retains considerable vivacity, it is memory. If it loses that vivacity entirely, it is imagination. Memory paints in more distinct colors and preserves the original order and form of impressions. Imagination enjoys liberty to transpose and change, as the fables of poems, with their winged horses and fiery dragons, plainly show. Since all ideas are copied from impressions, and no two impressions are perfectly inseparable, the imagination can separate what was never united in experience. Were ideas entirely loose and unconnected, chance alone would join them. Some associating quality must unite them. Not an inseparable connection, but a gentle force which commonly prevails. The qualities from which association arises are three: resemblance, contiguity in time or place, and cause and effect. The imagination runs easily from one idea to any resembling one. By long custom, it acquires the same method of running along space and time as the senses, and no relation produces a stronger connection than cause and effect. Two objects are connected not only when one immediately resembles or is contiguous to another, but when a third bears these relations to both, each remove weakening the bond, as cousins in the fourth degree are connected but not so closely as brothers. Causation extends to power as well as to production. A master directs a servant's actions. A judge fixes possession by opinion, the source of interest, duty, and government. Hume compares this union to a kind of attraction in the mental world, yet restrains the intemperate desire of searching into causes. Among its effects, none are more remarkable than the complex ideas that are the common subjects of thought, relations, modes, and substances. Quote, the qualities from which this association arises, and by which the mind is after this manner conveyed from one idea to another, are three, viz. Resemblance, contiguity in time or place, and cause and effect. Quote, here is a kind of attraction, which in the mental world will be found to have as extraordinary effects as in the natural, and to shew itself in as many and as various forms. Its effects are everywhere conspicuous, but as to its causes, they are mostly unknown and must be resolved into original qualities of human nature, which I pretend not to explain. Relations, modes, and substances. The word relation is used in two senses, either for the quality by which two ideas are connected in the imagination, or for a particular circumstance in which we compare two ideas united in the fancy. In common language, the former is always the sense. In philosophy alone is relation extended to any subject of comparison without a connecting principle. Philosophical relations comprise resemblance, identity, space and time, quantity, degrees of a common quality, contrariety, and cause and effect. Difference Hume considers not a positive relation, but a negation of identity or of resemblance. Modes and substances are complex ideas arising from union among simple ideas. The idea of substance, Hume challenges the philosophers to say, is derived neither from sensation, for it is no color, sound, or taste, nor from reflection, for passions cannot represent a substance. We have no idea of substance distinct from a collection of particular qualities. Both substance and mode are collections of simple ideas united by the imagination and assign a name. The difference is that qualities forming a substance are referred to an unknown something in which they inhere or supposed closely connected, so that whatever new quality shares that connection is comprehended among them, as dissolubility in aqua regia joins the idea of gold. Modes cannot receive new ideas without changing the name. The qualities of a dance are dispersed in different subjects, or if united, the uniting principle is not regarded as a foundation admitting further qualities, as with beauty. Quote, "The idea of a substance, as well as that of a mode, is nothing but a collection of simple ideas that are united by the imagination and have a particular name assigned them, by which we are able to recall, either to ourselves or others, that collection. But the difference betwixt these ideas consists in this, that the particular qualities which form a substance are commonly referred to an unknown something, in which they are supposed to inhere." Abstract ideas in the Berkeleyan turn. A very material question has been started concerning abstract or general ideas, whether they be general or particular in the mind's conception. Berkeley has disputed the received opinion and asserted that all general ideas are nothing but particular ones annexed to a certain term, which gives them a more extensive signification. Hume esteems this one of the greatest discoveries of late years and endeavors to confirm it. The received dilemma supposes the abstract idea of a man must represent all sizes and qualities at once, implying infinite capacity, or no particular degree at all. Hume argues both horns fail. It is impossible to conceive any quantity or quality without a precise notion of its degrees. The precise length of a line is not distinguishable from the line itself. No impression can become present without being determined in its degrees. And since ideas are copies, the same holds for them. Everything in nature is individual. A triangle with no precise proportion is as absurd an idea as in fact. Abstract ideas are therefore individual in themselves, however general in their representation. When we find a resemblance among objects, we apply the same name to all, whatever differences appear. Custom revives one individual idea upon hearing the name, along with a habit of surveying the class. Others are present not in fact but in power. Should we mention triangle, form an equilateral one, and assert the three angles equal, the scalene and isosceles crowd in and reveal the falsity with respect to the general term. Hume parallels this with our inadequate idea of 1,000, and with a single word reviving a memorized discourse. He closes by explaining the school's distinction of reason betwixt figure and the body figured, as viewing the same inseparable perception in different aspects according to observed resemblances. Abstract idea, a particular idea in nature, made general in representation by being annexed to a general term whose custom recalls resembling individuals as occasion requires. Quote, "A great philosopher has disputed the received opinion in this particular, and has asserted that all general ideas are nothing but particular ones, annexed to a certain term, which gives them a more extensive signification and makes them recall upon occasion other individuals, which are similar to them. As I look upon this to be one of the greatest and most valuable discoveries that has been made of late years in the Republic of Letters, I shall here endeavor to confirm it by some arguments, which I hope will put it beyond all doubt and controversy. Quote, a particular idea becomes general by being annexed to a general term, that is, to a term which from a customary conjunction has a relation to many other particular ideas and readily recalls them in the imagination. Book I, Part 2 of the Ideas of Space and Time. Hume opens Part 2 by remarking on the mutual complaisance between philosophers and their disciples. Doctrines that wear the air of paradox are greedily embraced as proofs of speculative superiority, while the mind, charmed by surprise, refuses to believe its pleasure is groundless. Infinite divisibility supplies the first instance. The question is not merely mathematical, but psychological. What our ideas of space and time can contain, and whether those ideas license the metaphysical structures built upon them. Infinite divisibility of our ideas. The capacity of the mind is limited. It can never attain a full and adequate conception of infinity. Whatever is infinitely divisible must consist of an infinite number of parts, and to bound the number of parts is to bound the division itself. From this, Hume infers that the idea we form of any finite quality is not infinitely divisible. By proper distinctions, we may run it up to inferior ideas that are perfectly simple and indivisible. Reject infinite capacity, and the imagination must somewhere arrive at an end in the division of its ideas. The imagination, therefore, reaches a minimum, an idea of which it cannot conceive any subdivision, and which cannot be diminished without total annihilation. Tell me of the thousandth part of a grain of sand, and I have distinct ideas of those numbers and their proportions. But the images I form to represent the things themselves are nothing different from each other, nor inferior to the image by which I represent the grain itself. What is distinguishable is separable. Yet the idea of a grain of sand is not distinguishable into 20, much less into 1,000 or an infinite number of different ideas. The case is the same for impressions of sense. Fix the eye on a spot of ink and retire until it vanishes. The moment before it disappears, the impression was perfectly indivisible. A microscope does not create new rays. It spreads those that always flowed from the object and gives parts to what appeared simple. This corrects the vulgar error that the mind is bounded on both sides, that we cannot form ideas below a certain degree of minuteness as well as above a certain greatness. Some ideas and impressions are perfectly simple and indivisible. The defect of sense is that it gives disproportioned images, representing as minute what is really composed of vast numbers of parts. We can form ideas no greater than the smallest atom of the animal spirits of an insect 1,000 times less than a mite. The difficulty lies in enlarging our conceptions to form a just notion of such minuteness at all. Minimum idea. The smallest unit the imagination can form or the senses receive. Indivisible in fact for perception. The reason may subdivide the object beyond what any image can follow. Quote, it is therefore certain that the imagination reaches a minimum and may raise up to itself an idea of which it cannot conceive any subdivision and which cannot be diminished without a total annihilation. When you tell me of the 1,000th and 10,000th part of a grain of sand, I have a distinct idea of these numbers and of their different proportions. But the images which I form in my mind to represent the things themselves are nothing different from each other, nor inferior to that image, by which I represent the grain of sand itself, which is supposed so vastly to exceed them. Infinite divisibility of space and time, where ideas are adequate representations of objects. The relations, contradictions, and agreements of ideas apply to the objects themselves, the foundation, Hume says, of all human knowledge. But our ideas of the most minute parts of extension are adequate. Through whatever divisions we suppose, those parts never become inferior to some ideas we form. Whatever appears impossible upon comparing these ideas must be really impossible. Everything infinitely divisible contains an infinite number of parts. Otherwise, division would stop at indivisible parts. If a finite extension were infinitely divisible, a finite extension would contain an infinite number of parts. And conversely, if that is a contradiction, no finite extension is infinitely divisible. Hume takes the least idea he can form of a part of extension, repeats it once, twice, thrice, and finds the compound idea augmenting until carried to infinity, it would become infinite. The idea of an infinite number of parts is individually the same with that of infinite extension. No finite extension can contain an infinite number of parts. Therefore, no finite extension is infinitely divisible. A noted author adds that existence belongs only to unity, never to number except through the unites composing it. 20 men exist only because 1, 2, 3 exist. Deny the unites, and the number falls. Extension, on the common metaphysical sentiment, is always a number and never resolves into a unite or indivisible quantity, whence extension can never at all exist. The reply that a determinate quantity of extension is a unite admitting infinite fractions is vain. By the same rule, the whole globe may be considered a unit. The term is a fictitious denomination, which the mind applies after it has exhausted a certain number of inferior parts. Mathematicians object that demonstrations for infinite divisibility are equally strong. Hume answers in a body. Whatever the mind clearly conceives includes the idea of possible existence. We have an idea of extension. That idea, though divisible, is not infinitely divisible and does not consist of an infinite number of parts, a comprehension exceeding our limited capacities. Here is an idea of extension consisting of parts perfectly indivisible, implying no contradiction. Therefore, extension may really exist conformable to it, and arguments against mathematical points are scholastic quibbles. All demonstrations for infinite divisibility are sophistical, since they cannot be just without proving the impossibility of mathematical points, an evident absurdity. Adequacy of ideas to extension. Because our least ideas of parts are not inferior to the parts themselves, contradictions discovered in comparing ideas transfer to objects. A bridge from psychology to metaphysics that Hume will use to deny infinite divisibility of space and time. Quote, "Upon the whole, I conclude that the idea of an infinite number of parts is individually the same idea with that of an infinite extension, that no finite extension is capable of containing an infinite number of parts, and consequently that no finite extension is infinitely divisible. The origin of our ideas of space and time. No discovery could be more happily placed for deciding controversies concerning ideas than the principle that impressions take the precedency of them. Applied to space and time. Upon opening my eyes, I perceive visible bodies. Upon considering the distance between them, I acquire the idea of extension. Every idea is derived from some exactly similar impression. Our passions and emotions are not the model. Nothing remains but the senses. The table before me gives the idea of extension borrowed from some impression this moment appearing. The senses convey only colored points disposed in a certain manner. If the eye is sensible of nothing farther, the idea of extension is nothing but a copy of these colored points and of the manner of their appearance. Suppose the points in the first extended object were purple. Every repetition would bestow that precise color. Experience of other colors and of resemblances in the disposition of color points lets us omit peculiarities of color and found an abstract idea merely on that disposition, the manner of appearance in which they agree. Even when impressions of touch resemble those of sight in the disposition of parts, the abstract idea represents both upon account of resemblance. All abstract ideas are particular ones considered in a certain light, annexed to general terms so as to represent a vast variety. The idea of time is derived from a succession of perceptions of every kind, ideas as well as impressions, reflection as well as sensation, and comprehends a greater variety than space, yet is represented by some particular individual idea of determinate quantity and quality. From the disposition of visible and tangible objects, we receive space. From a succession of ideas and impressions, we form time. Time alone never makes its appearance. A man in sound sleep is insensible of time, and the same duration appears longer or shorter as perceptions succeed with greater or less rapidity. Where we have no successive perceptions, we have no notion of time, even though there be real succession in the objects. Time consists of parts that are not coexistent. Coexistence belongs to extension and distinguishes it from duration. An unchangeable object, producing only coexistent impressions, produces none that can give the idea of time. 5 notes on a flute give the impression and idea of time, though time is not a sixth impression to hearing or reflection. Time arises altogether from the manner in which impressions appear, without making one of the number. Philosophers who apply duration in a proper sense to perfectly unchangeable objects contradict the conclusion that the idea of duration is always derived from a succession of changeable objects. The decisive argument: distinguishable ideas are separable. Take one of the simple indivisible ideas of which the compound idea of extension is formed, separate it, and judge its nature. It is not the idea of extension, which consists of parts, yet it cannot be nothing, or a real existence would be composed of non-entities. What is our idea of a simple indivisible point? The idea of space is conveyed by sight and touch. The compound impression consists of lesser impressions indivisible to eye or feeling, atoms endowed with color and solidity. It is necessary we preserve the idea of color or tangibility to comprehend them. Upon removal of those sensible qualities, they are annihilated to thought. Such as the parts are, such is the whole. Extension can never exist unless its parts are considered as colored or tangible. The indivisible moments of time must be filled with some real object whose succession forms the duration. Men are not object. Space and time are not distinct impressions mixed among others, but the order or manner in which objects appear. Extension from coexistent colored or tangible points. Duration from successive perceptions. Quote, "But my senses convey to me only the impressions of colored points disposed in a certain manner. If the eye is sensible of anything farther, I desire it may be pointed out to me. But if it be impossible to shew anything farther, we may conclude with certainty that the idea of extension is nothing but a copy of these colored points and of the manner of their appearance." Objections answered. Points, penetration, and geometry. Hume's system has 2 intimately connected parts. First, the mind's capacity is not infinite. No idea of extension or duration consists of an infinite number of parts, but of a finite number, simple and indivisible. When space and time may exist conformable to this idea, since infinite divisibility is impossible and contradictory. Second, those indivisible parts, being nothing in themselves, are inconceivable when not filled with something real and existent. The ideas of space and time are not separate or distinct ideas, but merely those of the manner or order in which objects exist. Impossible to conceive vacuum and extension without matter, or time without succession or change in any real existence. The schools maintain extension must be divisible in infinitum because mathematical points are absurd. A point is a non-entity and can never by conjunction form real existence. Hume finds a medium, bestow color or solidity on points. The absurdity of both extremes demonstrates the truth of this medium. Physical points are another medium, too absurd to need refutation. Penetration is urged. A simple atom touching another must penetrate it, since it cannot touch by external parts. Hume's reply turns on the nature of touch and the minimum of extension. Equality of extensions is another crux. Defining equality by the number of points leads to an infinite regress. Congruity reduces to the same. The only useful notion comes from the whole united appearance and comparison of particular objects. The mind often determines proportions at one view. Yet judgments are not always infallible, and we correct by juxtaposition or common measure. Custom leads us to form a mixed notion of equality and to suppose an imaginary standard beyond what instruments can secure. A fiction, but natural. The mind proceeds after the manner of an action, even when the reason that first determined it has ceased. The musician entertains a notion of a complete tierce or octave without being able to tell whence the standard comes. The painter with colors, the mechanic with motion. Curve and right line, plane surface, all resist precise definition. Mathematicians say a right line is the shortest way between 2 points, but that is a property, not a definition, and we have no precise idea of shorter and longer to afford a perfect standard. Geometry's first principles are founded on imagination and senses. Conclusions cannot go beyond, much less contradict, these faculties. Demonstrations for infinite divisibility cannot have the force we attribute to mathematical reasoning generally. No idea of quantity is infinitely divisible, and to prove quantity admits such division by ideas directly opposite in that respect is glaring absurdity. Ask the mathematician to form accurately the ideas of a circle and right line at contact, whether they touch in a mathematical point or concur for some space. Whichever he chooses, he runs into equal difficulties. Imaginary standard. After repeated corrections by measure and juxtaposition, the mind supposes a perfection of equality, straightness, or duration beyond any instrument. Useful fiction, not an object of sense. Quote, "The first principles are founded on the imagination and senses. The conclusion, therefore, can never go beyond, much less contradict these faculties. The vacuum and extension without matter. If the idea of space or extension is nothing but visible or tangible points distributed in a certain order, we can form no idea of vacuum, of space where there is nothing visible or tangible." 3 objections arise together. First, men have disputed vacuum and plenum for ages. The dispute itself seems to prove the idea. Second, the idea of vacuum may be proved possible as a necessary consequence of other ideas. Rest conjoined with annihilation in a chamber yields something that is not contact of parts but vacuum. Third, motion requires vacuum. One body must move to make way for another. Hume answers by descending to the nature and origin of ideas. Darkness is no positive idea, but the negation of light. A sighted man in total darkness receives no other perception than one born blind. Darkness alone cannot give extension without matter. A man supported in air and moved invisibly receives no idea of extension from invariable motion. A most succession giving time, not space. Darkness and motion, with utter removal of everything visible and tangible, never give vacuum. When luminous bodies appear in darkness, the only change is in those objects. All the rest remains negation of light. Without parts, invariable, indivisible. That distance causes no perception different from blindness. Angles of rays, motion of the eye, and affected parts of the organ produce the only perceptions from which we judge distance. Each simple and indivisible, never yielding extension. The same holds for touch. The sensation of motion between tangible objects is the same whether or not something tangible is interposed. Mixture with tangible impressions produces no alteration. Yet motion and darkness cause us falsely to imagine vacuum, through close relations, the same manner of affecting senses as real extension, capacity of receiving visible and tangible distance without change to distant objects, and the same effects on qualities diminishing with distance. Where there is close relation between ideas, the mind mistakes them. A principle of vast consequence, illustrated by resemblance most of all. Resembling ideas are related, and the actions of mind in considering them are so little different that we cannot distinguish them. Causation and contiguity concur. Invisible distance is convertible into visible, resembles in manner of affecting senses, and diminishes qualities equally. So we substitute the one for the other. Rest plus annihilation leaves fictitious distance from the organ's affected parts and degrees of light and shade, or sensation of motion in the hand, impressions giving rise only to resembling ideas. Creation of interposed body alters no more than annihilation. Motion of body has much the same effect. Experience persuades us that two bodies can receive what lies between, yet we cannot be sure before experience. Hume pleads guilty to explaining only how objects affect senses, not their secret nature. Invisible distance is something, a property affecting senses in a particular manner, and may receive body. That is the whole system. Whether we call it vacuum or not, motion is possible in a plenum without impulse and infinitum. We have no idea of real extension without filling it with sensible objects. Time as manner of existence faces parallel objections. Dispute does not prove the idea of time without changeable existence, any more than vacuum. We have no such idea. Only a continual succession of perceptions makes us apply time to a steadfast object at 5 and 6 o'clock, as if every moment were distinguished by alteration. Experience shows the object susceptible of change. Fictitious duration has the same effect on qualities as real succession. Confined to appearances, we are safe. Beyond them, skepticism. Whether invisible distance is full of body is undecided, though Hume inclines to the opinion suitable to vulgar notions. Newtonian philosophy, rightly understood, asserts only that bodies are placed so as to receive others between without impulsion or penetration. The real nature of the position is unknown. Relation and mistake. Invisible and intangible distance is not a positive idea, but a disposition of perceptions. Close resemblance and convertibility with tangible extension explain why vacuum seems conceivable, though it is not. Quote, I shall only premise that we must distinguish exactly betwixt the phenomenon itself and the causes which I shall assign for it, and must not imagine from any uncertainty in the latter that the former is also uncertain. The phenomenon may be real, though my explication be chimerical. The ideas of existence and external existence. Before leaving the subject, Hume explains existence and external existence, preparations for knowledge and probability. No impression or idea of which we have consciousness is not conceived as existent. From this consciousness, the most perfect idea and assurance of being is derived. A dilemma follows from the principle that every idea arises from a similar impression. Either existence is derived from a distinct impression conjoined with every perception, or it is the very same with the idea of the perception or object. No two distinct impressions are inseparably conjoined. Sensations united at one time admit separation. Though every remembered impression and idea is considered existent, the idea of existence is not derived from any particular impression. The idea of existence is the very same with the idea of what we conceive to be existent. To reflect on anything simply, and to reflect on it as existent, are nothing different. Conjoined with any object, existence makes no addition. Whatever we conceive to be existent. Whoever opposes this must point out the distinct impression from which entity is derived and prove it inseparable from every perception we believe existent, which Hume holds impossible. The same reasoning accounts for external existence. Nothing is ever really present to the mind but perceptions. External objects are known only by the perceptions they occasion. To hate, love, think, feel, see, all is to perceive. Since nothing is present but perceptions, and all ideas come from what was antecedently present, we cannot so much as conceive anything specifically different from ideas and impressions. Chase imagination to the heavens or the utmost limits of the universe. We never advance a step beyond ourselves, nor conceive any existence but perceptions appearing in that narrow compass. This is the universe of the imagination. The farthest we go toward a conception of external objects specifically different from our perceptions is to form a relative idea of them, without pretending to comprehend the related objects. Generally, we do not suppose them specifically different, but attribute different relations, connections, and durations, a topic for later. Part 2 thus completes a destructive and constructive arc, Finite indivisible ideas undermine infinite divisibility. Impressions of colored points and successive perceptions ground space and time as manners, not substances. Vacuum and empty duration dissolve into relations and fictions. Existence adds nothing to conception, and external objects cannot be thought beyond perception. No distinct impression of existence. Existence is not a separate mark appended to perceptions, but identical with the conception of any object we have in mind, a thesis that will constrain all later claims about belief and matter. Quote, "The idea of existence, then, is the very same with the idea of what we conceive to be existent. To reflect on anything simply, and to reflect on it as existent, are nothing different from each other. That idea, when conjoined with the idea of any object, makes no addition to it. Whatever we conceive to be existent." Book I, Part 3, of Knowledge and Probability. Book I, Part 3, is the treatise's longest and most consequential stretch in the science of understanding. Having fixed the origin of ideas and the ideas of space and time, Hume now divides the 7 philosophical relations into what yields certainty and what yields only probability, then pursues causation through the whole machinery of custom, belief, and vivacity until necessity itself is traced to an impression in the mind. The movement is deliberately forensic. Appearances are stated in the plain language of common life. Difficulties are sharpened rather than waved away. And where demonstration fails, Hume does not fabricate a rational substitute, but follows experience to its natural terminus, often confessing that words outrun clear ideas. What emerges is not a slogan about induction, but an anatomy of how the understanding passes beyond present impressions, why that passage cannot be justified by reason alone, and what we are really saying when we speak of power, necessity, and connection among objects. Knowledge and the limits of demonstration. Hume opens by sorting the 7 philosophical relations: resemblance, identity, relations of time and place, proportion in quantity or number, degrees in inequality, contrariety, and causation, into 2 classes. Some depend entirely on the ideas compared. Others may change without any change in the ideas themselves. Contiguity and distance alter when objects change place. Identity and causation are not discoverable from the bare comparison of ideas. No single phenomenon, however simple, can be accounted for from the qualities of objects as they appear to us, or foreseen without memory and experience. Of the 7 relations, only 4 remain as possible objects of knowledge and certainty: resemblance, contrariety, degrees in quality, and proportions in quantity or number. 3 of these, resemblance, contrariety, and degrees, are grasped at first sight and fall rather under intuition than demonstration. Proportions in quantity admit exactness only in a narrow range. Beyond very short numbers or limited portions of extension, we must proceed artificially. Geometry, though it excels the loose judgments of sense and imagination in universality and exactness, never attains the perfect precision peculiar to arithmetic and algebra. Its first principles are drawn from general appearance. When we examine nature's prodigious minuteness, our ideas of a right line cannot assure us that 2 right lines can have no common segment. Algebra and arithmetic alone carry a chain of reasoning to any degree of intricacy while preserving perfect exactness. We possess a precise standard by which to judge equality and proportion among numbers. Hume pauses to reject the mathematician's pretense that geometrical objects are too refined for the fancy and must be grasped by a pure intellectual view. All ideas are copied from impressions. An idea is by its very nature weaker and fainter than an impression, but being in every other respect the same, cannot imply any very great mystery. If its weakness renders it obscure, our business is to remedy that defect by keeping the idea steady and precise, not to appeal to obscure faculties that shelter absurdity from the decisions of clear ideas. Knowledge, certainty arising solely from the comparison of ideas, resemblance, contrariety, degrees, and, in its exact form, arithmetic proportion. Probability, whatever lies beyond such comparison and depends on experience of objects and their relations in time, place, and causation. Quote, there are 7 different kinds of philosophical relation, viz. Resemblance, identity, relations of time and place, proportion in quantity or number, degrees in any quality, contrariety, and causation. These relations may be divided into 2 classes, into such as depend entirely on the ideas, which we compare together, and such as may be changed without any change in the ideas. Quote, there remain, therefore, algebra and arithmetic as the only sciences in which we can carry on a chain of reasoning to any degree of intricacy, and yet preserve a perfect exactness and certainty. We are possessed of a precise standard, by which we can judge of the equality and proportion of numbers, and according as they correspond or not to that standard, we determine their relations, without any possibility of error. Probability, cause, and the search for necessary connection. The 4 relations that ground science disposed of, Hume turns to identity, situations in time and place, and causation, relations that may be absent while the idea remains the same. All reasoning consists in comparing objects and discovering relations, constant or inconstant, which they bear to each other. When both objects and the relation are present to the senses, we have perception rather than reasoning. When only one is present, the mind supplies the other from memory or imagination. In the latter case, the relation is not sensible, but may be remembered, as when a picture recalls its original. But when the mind cannot rest in the immediate impression and passes beyond to something absent, as from smoke to fire or from snow to cold, we are carried by habit, not by anything visible in the objects. The idea of cause and effect cannot be derived from any quality universally belonging to all beings. Whatever objects are considered as causes or effects are contiguous. Nothing operates at a distance without a chain of contiguous causes. Priority in time is also essential. Experience contradicts the notion that a cause may be perfectly cotemporary with its effect, for an object that exists in full perfection without producing another is not its sole cause, but requires some principle to push it from inactivity. Yet contiguity and succession are not sufficient. An object may be contiguous and prior without being a cause. There is a necessary connection to be considered, and that relation is of much greater importance than the other 2. Hume turns the object on all sides to discover the impression from which the idea of necessary connection may be derived. Qualities of objects afford nothing. Relations yield only contiguity and succession, imperfect and unsatisfactory. Rather than assert an idea without a similar impression, he leaves the direct survey and beats about neighboring fields. Why we pronounce it necessary that whatever has a beginning must have a cause, and why we conclude that particular causes must have particular effects. Quote, all kinds of reasoning consist in nothing but a comparison and a discovery of those relations, either constant or inconstant, which 2 or more objects bear to each other. This comparison we may make, either when both the objects are present to the senses, or when neither of them is present, or when only one. Quote, there is a necessary connection to be taken into consideration, and that relation is of much greater importance than any of the other 2 above mentioned. Here again, I turn the object on all sides in order to discover the nature of this necessary connection, and find the impression or impressions for which its idea may be derived. Why a cause is always necessary. The maxim that whatever begins to exist must have a cause is commonly taken for granted without proof, as if founded on intuition. Hume examines it by the standard of knowledge already explained and finds no mark of intuitive certainty. All certainty arises from the comparison of ideas and the discovery of unalterable relations, resemblance, proportion, degrees, contrariety, none of which are implied in the proposition that whatever has a beginning has a cause. Nor is the maxim demonstratively certain. Distinct ideas are separable. Cause and effect are evidently distinct. We can conceive any object non-existent one moment and existent the next without conjoining the distinct idea of a cause. The separation is possible for the imagination and implies no contradiction. Demonstration from mere ideas is therefore impossible. Hume dismantles the stock arguments that all points of time and place are equal unless some cause fixes existence proves nothing, for there is no more difficulty in supposing time and place fixed without a cause than existence so determined, that what lacks a cause would produce itself, exist before it existed, begs the question by supposing that exclusion of external causes still leaves the thing itself as cause, that what is produced without a cause is produced by nothing, and nothing can never be a cause, again takes for granted what is in dispute. The correlative argument from the idea of effect fares no better. Every husband must have a wife, but not every man must be married. The true question is whether every object which begins to exist owes its existence to a cause, and that Hume maintains is neither intuitively nor demonstratively certain. Since the opinion does not arise from knowledge, it must arise from observation and experience. But Hume sinks that inquiry into the larger question of why we infer particular effect from particular causes, hoping one answer may serve both. Quote, "It is a general maxim in philosophy that whatever begins to exist must have a cause of existence. This is commonly taken for granted in all reasonings, without any proof given or demanded. It is supposed to be founded on intuition, and to be one of those maxims, which though they may be denied with the lips, it is impossible for men in their hearts really to doubt of." Quote, "The separation, therefore, of the idea of a cause from that of a beginning of existence is plainly possible for the imagination, and consequently, the actual separation of these objects is so far possible that it implies no contradiction nor absurdity, and is therefore incapable of being refuted by any reasoning from mere ideas, without which it is impossible to demonstrate the necessity of cause. The chain of reasoning and the role of impressions. Though the mind in reasoning from causes or effects carries its view beyond objects it sees or remembers, it must never lose sight of them entirely, nor reason merely upon its own ideas without some mixture of impressions or ideas of memory, equivalent to impressions. When we infer effects from causes, we must establish the existence of those causes, either by immediate perception of memory or senses, or by inference from other causes, and so on until we arrive at some object we see or remember. We cannot carry inferences in infinitum. Only an impression of memory or senses can stop them, beyond which there is no room for doubt or inquiry. Belief in Caesar's death on the Ides of March rests ultimately on characters present to memory or sense, without whose authority the whole chain would hang upon another link with nothing fixed at one end capable of sustaining the whole. Hypothetical arguments, lacking present impression or belief of real existence, are chimerical. This doctrine is not shaken by our ability to reason upon past conclusions without recourse to the original impressions. Even if those impressions were effaced, the conviction they produced may remain, but all reasoning concerning causes and effects is originally derived from some impression, as the assurance of demonstration proceed from comparison of ideas, though the comparison may be forgot. The structure of probable reasoning is thus anchored, no flight beyond experience without a tether to what has been felt or remembered as real. Quote, "When we infer effects from causes, we must establish the existence of these causes, which we have only two ways of doing, either by an immediate perception of our memory or senses, or by an inference from other causes, which causes again we must ascertain in the same manner, either by a present impression, or by an inference from their causes, and so on, till we arrive at some object which we see or remember. It is impossible for us to carry on our inferences in infinitum, and the only thing that can stop them is an impression of the memory or senses beyond which there is no room for doubt or inquiry. Constant conjunction and the inference from impression to idea. In advancing through the analysis of causal reasoning, Hume discovers a new relation when least expected, constant conjunction. Contiguity and succession are not sufficient to make us pronounce two objects cause and effect unless we perceive these relations preserved in several instances. Yet this new discovered relation seems at first to advance us little. What we learn not from one object, we can never learn from 100 perfectly resembling instances. From mere repetition, no new original idea, such as necessary connection, can arise. Still, Hume continues the thread. After discovering constant conjunction, we always draw an inference from one object to another. And perhaps the necessary connection depends on the inference rather than the inference on necessary connection. Since the transition from a present impression to the idea of a cause or effect is founded on past experience and remembrance of constant conjunction, the question is whether experience produces the idea by understanding or imagination, whether reason or association determines us. If reason determined us, it would proceed on the principle that instances of which we have had no experience must resemble those of which we have had experience, and that the course of nature continues uniformly the same. But there can be no demonstrative arguments that unexperienced instances resemble experienced ones. We can at least conceive a change in the course of nature. Probability discovers relations of objects, not of ideas as such, and must be founded in part on impressions. Without mixture of impression, the conclusion would be chimerical. Without mixture of ideas, the action would be sensation, not reasoning. The only connection leading us beyond immediate impressions is cause and effect. Probability is founded on the presumption of resemblance between past and future objects. Yet that presumption cannot arise from probability, since the same principle cannot be both cause and effect of another. The vulgar attempt to explain inference by power, the past production implies a power, the power implies a new production, collapses into the same idea under another name, and cannot explain why we extend power to new instances. Reason fails both in discovering the ultimate connection of causes and effects and in satisfying us, after experience informs us of constant conjunction, why we should extend that experience beyond the particular instances observed. Quote, "Thus in advancing we have insensibly discovered a new relation betwixt cause and effect, when we least expected it, and were entirely employed upon another subject. This relation is their constant conjunction. Contiguity and succession are not sufficient to make us pronounce any two objects to be cause and effect, unless we perceive that these two relations are preserved in several instances." Quote, "Thus not only our reason fails us in the discovery of the ultimate connection of causes and effects, but even after experience has informed us of their constant conjunction, it is impossible for us to satisfy ourselves by our reason, why we should extend that experience beyond those particular instances which have fallen under our observation. We suppose, but are never able to prove, that there must be a resemblance betwixt those objects of which we have had experience, and those which lie beyond the reach of our discovery. Custom, association, and the definition of belief. Where the mind constantly and uniformly makes a transition without reason, it is influenced by relations of resemblance, contiguity, and causation. When a mind passes from the impression of one object to the idea or belief of another, it is not determined by reason, but by principles that associate ideas and unite them in the imagination. The principles of union are resemblance, contiguity, and causation, not infallible, not sole causes of union, yet the only general principles of association. A further principle, at first sight distinct, reduces to the same origin. When every individual of a species is constantly united with an individual of another species, the appearance of any new individual conveys the thought to its usual attendant, as a word produces its correspondent idea without explicit reflection on past experience. This is the very same with the relation between cause and effect. We have no other notion of causation than certain objects always conjoined and found inseparable in past instances, from which constant conjunction objects acquire a union in the imagination. Causation is a philosophical relation implying contiguity, succession, and constant conjunction. Yet we reason upon it only so far as it is a natural relation producing union among ideas. Belief may be defined as an idea related to or associated with a present impression. The idea of an object is essential to belief, but not the whole. We conceive many things we do not believe. Existence adds no new idea to the simple conception of a thing. When we affirm that God is existent, we form the idea of such a being as represented, without joining a particular idea of existence separable from other qualities. The difference between believing and disbelieving lies not in the parts or composition of the idea, but in the manner of conceiving it. All perceptions are impressions or ideas, differing only in force and vivacity. Belief does nothing but vary the manner in which we conceive an object and can only bestow additional force and vivacity. An opinion or belief is a lively idea related to or associated with a present impression. Hume corrects the vulgar division of the understanding into conception, judgment, and reasoning. In propositions concerning existence, there is no distinct idea of existence united to the object. We may reason with only two ideas without a mediating third, as in inferring a cause immediately from its effect. Conception, judgment, and reasoning resolve into particular ways of conceiving. The remarkable difference is joining belief to conception. Belief feels different from fiction. A superior force, vivacity, solidity, firmness, steadiness, rendering realities more present than fictions and giving them superior influence on passions and imagination. Quote, when the mind, therefore, passes from the idea or impression of one object to the idea or belief of another, is not determined by reason, but by certain principles which associate together the ideas of these objects and unite them in the imagination. Had ideas no more union in the fancy than objects seem to have to the understanding, we could never draw any inference from causes to effects, nor repose belief in any matter of fact. The inference, therefore, depends solely on the union of ideas. Quote, an idea assented to feels different from a fictitious idea that the fancy alone presents to us. And this different feeling I endeavor to explain by calling it a superior force, or vivacity, or solidity, or firmness, or steadiness. This variety of terms, which may seem so unphilosophical, is intended only to express that act of the mind, which renders realities more present to us than fictions, causes them to weigh more in the thought, and gives them a superior influence on the passions and imagination. The nature and causes of belief. Having defined belief as a lively idea related to a present impression, Hume seeks the principles that bestow vivacity on the idea. He proposes a general maxim. When any impression becomes present, it not only transports the mind to related ideas, but communicates a share of its force and vivacity. All operations of the mind depend in great measure on its disposition. When an object elevates and enlivens thought, every action to which the mind applies itself will be more strong and vivid while that disposition continues. When a mind is once enlivened by a present impression, it forms a more lively idea of related objects by a natural transition of disposition from one to the other. Among the circumstances that increase belief are contiguity in space and time, and the repetition of resembling instances. A recent impression is more forceful than a remote one. An impression renewed by frequency of its ideas gains vigor. The effect of contiguity diminishes with distance. Yet even at considerable remove it assists belief, as when a traveler's report of a distant country borrows force from the present intercourse. Education conveys beliefs by repeated conjunction of ideas without proper examination, a species of causation that often overpowers reason. The mutual assistance of resembling causes produces belief when one member of a chain is present and the mind runs easily along the whole. These principles agree in communicating impression force to related ideas. Hume insists that the phenomenon is uniform. Remove the present impression and the related idea sinks back toward the neutrality of mere fiction. Restore the impression and belief returns with it, as surely as heat returns when the fire is rekindled. No separate faculty of judgment is required beyond the mechanics of vivacity transmitted along the associative lines already established in Part 1. Quote, I would willingly establish it as a general maxim in the science of human nature, that when any impression becomes present to us, It not only transports the mind to such ideas as are related to it, but likewise communicates to them a share of its force and vivacity. All the operations of the mind depend in a great measure on its disposition when it performs them. And according as the spirits are more or less elevated and the attention more or less fixed, the action will always have more or less vigor and vivacity. Resemblance, contiguity, and the two systems of reality. Hume pauses to confront an objection. If resemblance, contiguity, and causation are derived from the same principles, produce the same enlivening effect, and belief is only a more forcible conception, should not belief arise from contiguity and resemblance, as from causation? Experience shows belief from causation alone when we draw inference from one object to another. Yet the objection demands solution. Impressions of memory, striking the mind with vivacity, resembling immediate impression, are of considerable moment. We form a system of whatever we remember to have been present to internal perception or senses, each particular joined to present impressions we call a reality. The mind stops not here. Finding another system connected by custom or causation, it considers their ideas and, feeling itself necessarily determined to view particular ideas while the custom admits no change, forms them into a new system likewise dignified with the title of realities. The first system is the object of memory and senses, the second of judgment. This latter principle peoples the world and acquaints us with existences beyond the reach of senses and memory. Rome, its government, religion, revolutions, all nothing but ideas distinguished by force and settled order arising from custom and causation. Contiguity and resemblance assist causation when the related object is comprehended in the system of realities. Even feigned objects may be enlivened, as when a poet prompts imagination by a beautiful meadow before describing Elysian fields. Yet alone, their influence is feeble and uncertain. Where we arbitrarily give an object a relation to an impression, the effect is small. There is no necessity to feign resembling and contiguous objects, and caprice cannot operate with force and constancy. Causation has the opposite advantages. Objects are fixed and unalterable. Impressions of memory never change in any considerable degree. Each impression draws a precise idea, taking its place in imagination as solid and real. Thought is always determined to pass from impression to idea without choice or hesitation. Quote, "It is this latter principle which peoples the world and brings us acquainted with such existences as by their removal in time and place lie beyond the reach of the senses and memory. By means of it, I paint the universe in my imagination and fix my attention on any part of it I please. I form an idea of Rome, which I neither see nor remember, but which is connected with such impressions as I remember to have received from the conversation and books of travelers and historians." The influence of belief on the passions and imagination. Belief is not a barren act of the understanding, but diffuses its influence through the whole mind. The vivacity it communicates to ideas approaches in some measure to an immediate impression. And as impressions are the source of all passions, beliefs must in proportion enliven the affections. A man who believes he is in danger feels fear proportioned to his conviction. The fiction of a poet may move us while we read, but the passions cool when belief is suspended. Belief gives ideas weight in the mind, fixes them, and renders them governing principles of action. The influence on the will is parallel. We act upon what we believe will happen, not upon what we barely conceive. The connection extends to poetry and eloquence. Vivid belief in narrated events deepens our concern for persons, represents their actions and friendships, even forms notions of their features and air. Incredulity leaves a faint and languid conception except for style and ingenuity. Hume notes that resemblance and contiguity, when conjoined with causation, fortify reasonings. Pilgrims who have seen Mecca or the Holy Land become more zealous believers because lively ideas of places pass by easy transition to facts supposed related by contiguity. Credulity toward human testimony owes much to resemblance. Words are intimately connected with ideas in the speaker's mind, and those ideas bear a resemblance to the facts they represent that is easily overrated. Conversely, want of resemblance almost destroys belief about a future state. Theologians may affirm eternal consequences, yet men's conduct shows they feel no steady conviction where the imagined condition lacks likeness to present life. Belief and disbelief receive the same ideas in the same order. Testimony has not the same influence. Memory, sharing the greatest force and vivacity, yields confidence comparable in many respects to demonstration. Causation ranks next when conjunction is perfectly constant and the present object exactly resembles past experience. Below this degree, many gradations influence passions and imagination proportion to the force communicated. Imperfect habit, contrary experiments, inexact resemblance, faint impressions, obliterated memory, long chains of objects, general rules not conformable to them. Every kind of opinion or judgment short of knowledge is derived from the force and vivacity of perception. These qualities constitute belief of existence. Quote, it gives them more force and influence, makes them appear of greater importance, infixes them in the mind, and renders them the governing principles of all our actions. The probability of chances. Hume distinguishes two kinds of probability founded on an imperfect habit and on the mixture of contrary causes. Before treating causes directly, he examines chance, which is nothing real in itself, merely the negation of a cause, and whose influence on the mind is contrary to causation. Chance leaves the imagination indifferent to the existence or non-existence of the contingent object. A cause traces the way to thought and forces us to survey certain objects in certain relations. Entire indifference is essential to chance. No one chance can be superior to another except as composed of a superior number of equal chances, for any other superiority would be a cause destroying chance. Though chance and causation are directly contrary, we cannot conceive a superior combination of chances without supposing a mixture of causes among the chances and conjunction of necessity in some particulars with total indifference in others. Unless we allow causes that make dice fall and preserve their form, we can form no calculation concerning hazard. Given such causes and indifference in the rest, a superior combination emerges. A die with four sides marked one way and two another affords obvious superiority. The mind limited by causes to a precise number of events is undetermined in choice among them. A superior number of chances produces assent neither by demonstration nor probability in the sense of comparing ideas. To say it is likely the event will fall on the superior side is to say where there is a superior number, there is a superior, an identical proposition. The question is by what means a superior number operates on the mind. Consider a person about to throw such a die. He concludes one figure more probable, believes it will lie uppermost with hesitation proportion to contrary chances, and acquires new stability as superiority increases. The belief arises from operation on a simple limited object. The die presents three circumstances, causes determining fall and side, a number of indifferent sides, figures inscribed on each side. Custom makes the mind pass from cause to effect. Upon appearance of one object, it forms the idea of its usual attendant. When the die is no longer supported, the mind naturally places it on the table and views it turning upside. Chance negates determination of particular side. All sides appear equally probable. The imagination passes from throw to turning up one of six sides, but cannot consider all at once as uppermost. It divides force equally among them. The original impulse from causes is split by intermingled chances. Where several sides bear the same figure, impulses reunite and become stronger. Contrary events destroy part of the superior force. Vivacity of idea is proportional to impulse toward transition. Belief is the same with vivacity. Quote, since therefore an entire indifference is essential to chance, no one chance can possibly be superior to another, otherwise than as it is composed of a superior number of equal chances. For if we affirm that one chance can, after any other manner, be superior to another, we must at the same time affirm that there is something which gives it the superiority and determines the event rather to that side than the other. That is, in other words, we must allow of a cause and destroy the supposition of chance, which we had before established. The probability of causes and unphilosophical probability. What the vulgar call chance is nothing but a secret and concealed cause. The probability of causes is chiefly to be examined. Probabilities of causes are all derived from association of ideas to a present impression. Habit arises from frequent conjunction and acquires new force from each instance. Judgment arrives at full assurance by slow steps, passing through inferior degrees esteemed presumption or probability. The gradation from probabilities to proofs is in many cases insensible. Contrariety of events in the past may produce hesitating belief in two ways: by imperfect habit and transition, and by a second mechanism more commonly influential, the mind divided within itself, inclining to either side in proportion to the number of experiments seen and remembered, the contest determined to the advantage of the superior collection with diminished force correspondent to opposite experiments. Philosophers and the vulgar differ in explaining contrariety. The vulgar attribute uncertainty to contingency in causes, philosophers to secret operation of contrary causes. Yet inferences are the same, founded on custom. Beyond these philosophical probabilities lie unphilosophical ones. Prejudices from education, from general rules imperfectly applied, from the duration and interruption of custom, from the fortuitous concurrence of resembling causes, from analogy, and from the whimsical sources of human credulity. Hume catalogues these not to mock the vulgar, for philosophers share the same mechanism, but to show that a regular assent is still assent by vivacity, only with perturbed inputs. A superstitious omen, a gambler's faith in a lucky hand, a witness believed because he speaks with confidence. Each is a case where some present impression or remembered conjunction inflates an idea beyond what strict proportion of past experiments would warrant. General rules, useful when drawn from wide experience and applied with judgment, mislead when rashly formed from slender observation. The habit of expecting uniformity makes us overlook contrary instances until reflection corrects the bias. Analogy varies in force with degree of resemblance. Education instills opinions by repetition without reason. The mutual influence of resembling causes, the effects of wit and eloquence, the disposition to believe what is agreeable or what flatters self-love, the greater weight of recent over remote impressions, all diminish or distort evidence by altering vivacity without altering the ideas themselves. Hume's system explains these phenomena uniformly. Wherever judgment falls short of knowledge, it is force and vivacity of conception that constitutes assent. Quote, "The probabilities of causes are of several kinds, but are all derived from the same origin, viz., the association of ideas to a present impression. As the habit, which produces the association, arises from the frequent conjunction of objects, it must arrive at its perfection by degrees, and must acquire new force from each instance that falls under our observation. The idea of necessary connection. Having explained reasoning beyond immediate impressions, Hume returns to the drop question: what is our idea of necessity when we say two objects are necessarily connected? As no idea is not derived from an impression, some impression must give rise to this idea if we have it. Considering objects supposed in the relation of cause and effect, contiguity, priority in time, in no single instance can we go farther or discover any third relation. Enlarging the view to several instances where like objects exist in like relations of contiguity and succession seems at first to serve little. Repetition only repeats the same objects. But upon farther inquiry, repetition is not in every particular the same. It produces a new impression, and by that means the idea under examination. After frequent repetition, upon appearance of one object, the mind is determined by custom to consider its usual attendant and to consider it in a stronger light on account of its relation to the first. This impression, or determination, affords the idea of necessity. Hume warns that the evidence of this reasoning may seduce us into thinking it contains nothing extraordinary. Yet he has examined one of the most sublime questions in philosophy concerning the power and efficacy of causes. Terms of efficacy, agency, power, force, energy, necessity, connection, and productive quality are nearly synonymous. It is absurd to employ any in defining the rest. The popular explication, experience of new productions leads us to infer a power somewhere, is more popular than philosophical. Reason alone never gives rise to an original idea, and reason cannot demonstrate that a cause is absolutely requisite to every beginning of existence. Since reason cannot give the idea of efficacy, it must be derived from experience. Yet in no natural production can the operation of a cause be clearly conceived without obscurity. Philosophers' diversity of opinion, substantial forms, accidents, virtues, faculties, presumes that no known quality of matter contains efficacy. Cartesians, finding no efficacy in extension, place it in the deity who continually bestows motion. But if every idea proceeds from impression and no impression implies force, the deity affords no solution either. The appeal to internal impression of power in the will fails. Volition has no more discoverable connection with bodily motion than any material cause with its effect. We perceive only constant conjunction in mental as in physical operations. General ideas are individual ones. We can never distinctly conceive how two objects are connected or comprehend the power by which they are united. Repetition of like objects in like relations discovers nothing new in the objects and produces nothing new in external bodies. Past instances have no influence on each other. Yet observation of resemblance produces a new impression in the mind, determination to pass from one object to its usual attendant. This is the only effect of the resemblance. This determination is power or efficacy. Necessity is the effect of this observation and is nothing but an internal impression, a determination to carry thoughts from one object to another. Without considering it thus, we cannot attribute necessity to external or internal objects, to spirit or body, to causes or effects. The necessary connection between causes and effects is the foundation of our inference from one to the other. The foundation of inference is the transition arising from accustomed union. These are the same. Necessity exists in the mind, not in objects. Quote, but upon farther inquiry I find that the repetition is not in every particular the same, but produces a new impression, and by that means the idea, which I at present examine. For after a frequent repetition, I find that upon the appearance of one of the objects, the mind is determined by custom to consider its usual attendant, and to consider it in a stronger light upon account of its relation to the first object. It is this impression, then, or determination, which affords me the idea of necessity. Quote, thus upon the whole we may infer that when we talk of any being, whether of a superior or inferior nature, as endowed with a power or force, proportioned to any effect, when we speak of a necessary connection betwixt objects, and suppose that this connection depends upon an efficacy or energy with which any of these objects are endowed, in all these expressions, so applied, we have really no distinct meaning, and make use only of common words, without any clear and determinate ideas. Quote, the necessary connection betwixt causes and effects is the foundation of our inference from one to the other. The foundation of our inference is the transition arising from the accustomed union. These are therefore the same. Rules for judging of causes and effects. Hume offers 8 rules by which to judge of causes and effects, all easy in invention, extremely difficult in application. First, the cause and effect must be contiguous. Second, the cause must be prior to the effect. Third, cause and effect must be constantly conjoined. Fourth, the same cause always produces the same effect, and the same effect never arises but from the same cause, except where several causes produce the same effect by different mechanisms, in which case the true cause shares the most precise and exact circumstance with the effect. Fifth, Different effects prove different causes. Sixth, where several resembling effects arise from resembling causes, we may infer the resemblance of causes from that of effects. Seventh, the diminution of an effect implies diminution of the cause, and augmentation of the effect implies augmentation of the cause, except where a cause required to produce an effect is counteracted by another cause. Eighth, an object existing in full perfection for any time without effect is not the sole cause, but requires assistance from another principle. These rules constitute all the logic Hume thinks proper to employ. Scholastic headpieces show no such superiority above the vulgar in reason and ability as to warrant long systems of precepts. Even experimental philosophy, seemingly the most natural, requires the utmost stretch of human judgment. No phenomenon is uncompounded. To arrive at the decisive point, we must separate what is superfluous and inquire by new experiments whether every circumstance of the first was essential. Moral philosophy compounds the difficulty further. Hume's small success in inquiry may make this observation bear the air of apology rather than boasting. Yet enlarging the sphere of experiments may give security, which leads to the reason of animals. Quote, "Here is all the logic I think proper to employ in my reasoning, and perhaps even this was not very necessary, but might have been supplied by the natural principles of our understanding. Our scholastic headpieces and logicians shew no such superiority above the mere vulgar in their reason and ability, as to give us any inclination to imitate them in delivering a long system of rules and precepts to direct our judgment in philosophy." The reason of animals. Next to ridiculing the denial of evident truth, is taking much pains to defend it. Beasts are endowed with thought and reason as well as men. The arguments are so obvious they never escape the most stupid and ignorant. We are conscious that in adapting means to ends we are guided by reason and design. When we see other creatures in millions of instances perform like actions directed to like ends, all principles of reason and probability carry us with invincible force to believe a like cause. The resemblance of external actions is the ground for judging internal resemblance. Carried one step farther, since internal actions resemble, their causes must resemble. Any hypothesis explaining mental operations common to men and beasts must apply to both. Every true hypothesis will abide this trial. No false one endure it. Common defect of philosophical systems. They suppose a subtlety of thought exceeding the capacity of animals, children, and the common people, who nevertheless share the same emotions and affections. Such subtlety proves falsity. Simplicity proves truth. Hume puts his system to this decisive trial. A dog avoiding fire and caressing his master affords an instance of vulgar reasoning. A bird choosing nest materials with chemist-like precision affords extraordinary sagacity. Both proceed from reasoning not different in principle from human nature. There must be some impression present to memory or senses as foundation. From tone of voice the dog infers his master's anger. The inference is built on experience and observation of past conjunction. Vary the experience, and the dog varies his reasoning. No philosopher can explain belief and its principles independent of custom without making the hypothesis equally applicable to beasts. Hume demands, as equitable condition, that if his system alone answers, it be received as satisfactory. Beasts never perceive any real connection among objects. By experience they infer one from another. They cannot by arguments form a general conclusion that unexperienced objects resemble experienced ones. Therefore custom alone makes experience operate. What was evident for man is invincible proof when beasts cannot be suspected of mistake. Habit reconciles us to our own reason while we admire animal instinct and find difficulty explaining it only because we cannot reduce it to the same principles. Considered aright, reason is a wonderful and unintelligible instinct carrying us along a train of ideas and endowing them with qualities according to their situations and relations, arising from past observation and experience. Yet no one can give the ultimate reason why past experience produces such an effect any more than why nature alone should produce it. Nature may produce whatever arises from habit. Habit is nothing but one of the principles of nature. Quote, "It is from the resemblance of the external actions of animals to those we ourselves perform, that we judge their internal likewise to resemble ours." And the same principle of reasoning, carried one step farther, will make us conclude that since our internal actions resemble each other, the causes from which they are derived must also be resembling. Quote, "To consider the matter aright, reason is nothing but a wonderful and unintelligible instinct in our souls, which carries us along a certain train of ideas and endows them with particular qualities according to their particular situations and relations. This instinct, it is true, arises from past observation and experience. But can anyone give the ultimate reason why past experience and observation produces such an effect, any more than why nature alone shall produce it? Nature may certainly produce whatever can arise from habit. Nay, habit is nothing but one of the principles of nature, and derives all its force from that origin." Book I, Part 4, of the Skeptical and Other Systems of Philosophy. Skepticism with regard to reason. Part 4 opens where the experimental account of belief has already prepared the ground. If all reasoning about matters of fact rests on custom and the vivacity of ideas, skepticism about reason itself cannot be dismissed as mere school paradox. In demonstrative sciences, the rules are certain and infallible, but when we apply them, our fallible and uncertain faculties are very apt to depart from them and fall into error. We must therefore in every reasoning form a new judgment, as a check or control on our first judgment or belief, and must enlarge our view to comprehend a kind of history of all the instances wherein our understanding has deceived us, compared with those wherein its testimony was just and true. Our reason must be considered as a kind of cause, of which truth is the natural effect, but such a one as by the eruption of other causes, and by the inconstancy of our mental powers, may frequently be prevented. By this means all knowledge degenerates into probability, and this probability is greater or less, according to our experience of the veracity or deceitfulness of our understanding, and according to the simplicity or intricacy of the question. There is no algebraist so expert as to place entire confidence in any truth immediately upon discovery. Every time he runs over his proofs, his confidence increases, but still more by the approbation of his friends, and at last by the universal assent of the learned world. That gradual increase is nothing but the addition of new probabilities, derived from the constant union of causes and effects according to past experience. Merchants in accounts of length seldom trust to the infallible certainty of numbers. By the artificial structure of the accounts, they produce a probability beyond what is derived from the skill of the accomptant, and skill itself is plainly a degree of probability. Hume may safely affirm that there scarce is any proposition concerning numbers of which we can have a fuller security. For by gradually diminishing the numbers, we may reduce the longest series to the most simple question of adding two single numbers, and find it impracticable to show the precise limits of knowledge and of probability. Knowledge and probability are of such contrary and disagreeing natures that they cannot well run insensibly into each other. And if any single addition were certain, every one would be so, and consequently the whole, unless the whole can be different from all its parts. Since all knowledge resolves itself into probability of the same kind as common life employs, every judgment must be corrected by another judgment derived from the nature of the understanding. A man of solid sense and long experience has greater assurance than one foolish and ignorant. Yet even the best must be conscious of many errors in the past and dread the like for the future. Here arises a new species of probability to correct and regulate the first. And as demonstration is subject to the control of probability, probability is liable to a new correction by a reflex act of the mind, wherein the nature of our understanding becomes our object. Having adjusted the original uncertainty with that derived from the weakness of the faculty that judges, we are obliged by reason to add a new doubt derived from the possibility of error in the estimation we make of the truth and fidelity of our faculties. This doubt, if we would closely pursue our reason, cannot be avoided. Yet this decision, though favorable to our preceding judgment, being founded only on probability, must weaken still further our first evidence, and must itself be weakened by a fourth doubt of the same kind, and so on in infinitum, till at last there remain nothing of the original probability. No finite object can subsist under a decrease repeated in infinitum. Should it be asked whether Hume sincerely assents to this argument, he replies that the question is entirely superfluous. Neither he nor any other person was ever sincerely and constantly of the opinion that all is uncertain. Nature, by an absolute and uncontrollable necessity, has determined us to judge as well as to breathe and feel. Nor can we forbear viewing certain objects in a stronger and fuller light upon account of their customary connection with a present impression than we can hinder ourselves from thinking while awake or seeing surrounding bodies in broad sunshine. Whoever has taken pains to refute total skepticism has disputed without an antagonist. The display serves to make the reader sensible that all reasonings concerning causes and effects are derived from custom, and that belief is more properly an act of the sensitive than of the cogitative part of our natures. The same principles that make us correct a decision by considering our genius, capacity, and situation, when carried farther through every new reflex judgment, must continually diminish the original evidence and subvert all belief, if belief were a simple act of thought without peculiar vivacity. Experience convinces anyone who tries that though he finds no error in the foregoing arguments, he still continues to believe, think, and reason as usual. He may safely conclude that reasoning and belief are some sensation or peculiar manner of conception which mere ideas and reflections cannot destroy. The puzzle is how these arguments do not produce total suspense. After the first and second decision, the action of the mind becomes forced and unnatural, the ideas faint and obscure. Though the principles of judgment and the balancing of opposite causes are the same as at the beginning, their influence on the imagination is by no means equal. Where the mind reaches not its objects with easiness and facility, the imagination feels no sensation holding proportion with that from common judgments. The attention is on the stretch, the posture of the mind uneasy. The spirits, diverted from their natural course, are not governed by the same laws, at least not to the same degree. The present subject of metaphysics supplies instances. The same argument esteemed convincing in history or politics has little influence here, even when perfectly comprehended, because the effort of thought disturbs the operation of the sentiments on which belief depends. As emotions of the soul prevent subtle reasoning, these latter actions are equally prejudicial to the former. Belief, being a lively conception, can never be entire where not founded on something natural and easy. Hume takes this to be the true state of the question. If skeptical reasonings be strong, that is proof reason has force. If weak, they cannot invalidate understanding. An argument not just, because skeptical reasonings would be successively both strong and weak according to the mind's disposition. Reason first appears in possession of the throne. Her enemy must take shelter under her protection, and by rational arguments prove the fallaciousness of reason, producing a patent under her band and seal, which at first has authority proportioned to reason's sway, but gradually diminishes that governing power and its own till both vanish by a regular diminution. It is happy that nature breaks the force of all skeptical arguments in time. Were we to trust entirely to their self-destruction, that could never take place till they had first subverted all conviction. Pyrrhonian regress. Each reflex correction of probability introduces further doubt. Yet nature limits the damage by making abstruse reasoning faint and unnatural compared with customary belief. Quote, Nature, by an absolute and uncontrollable necessity, has determined us to judge as well as to breathe and feel. Nor can we any more forbear viewing certain objects in a stronger and fuller light, upon account of their customary connection with a present impression, than we can hinder ourselves from thinking as long as we are awake or seeing the surrounding bodies, when we turn our eyes towards them in broad sunshine. Quote, Where the mind reaches not its objects with easiness and facility, the same principles have not the same effect as in a more natural conception of the ideas, nor does the imagination feel a sensation, which holds any proportion with that which arises from its common judgments and opinions. Skepticism with regard to the senses. Thus the skeptic still continues to reason and believe, even though he asserts he cannot defend his reason by reason. And by the same rule, he must assent to the principle concerning the existence of body, though he cannot maintain its veracity by philosophy. Nature has not left this to his choice. We may well ask what causes induce us to believe in the existence of body, but it is in vain to ask whether there be body or not, a point we must take for granted in all our reasonings. Hume examines why we attribute continued existence to objects not present to the senses, and why we suppose them distinct from the mind and perception. Questions intimately connected, yet distinguished to discover whether the senses, reason, or imagination produces the opinion. The senses cannot give rise to continued existence after objects cease to appear. That would be a contradiction. If they have influence, it must be to produce distinct, not continued existence. They convey nothing but a single perception and never give the least intimation of anything beyond. A single perception cannot produce the idea of double existence except by inference of reason or imagination. All sensations are felt as they really are. The difficulty, when we doubt whether they present themselves as distinct objects or mere impressions, concerns relations and situation, not nature. We do not perceive our body when we regard our limbs, but certain impressions. Sounds and tastes appear not to have existence and extension. Sight informs not of distance without reasoning and experience. When we talk of real, distinct existences, we commonly have more in view their independence than external situation. The senses give no notion of continued existence because they cannot operate beyond their extent. They as little produce distinct existence because they can neither offer it as represented nor as original without falsity in relations they cannot compare. 3 kinds of impressions: figure, bulk, motion, solidity, colors, tastes, sounds, pains, and pleasures, are treated differently, yet to the senses all exist after the same manner. The difference arises from imagination. Vulgar confound perceptions and objects. Reason neither does nor can give assurance of continued distinct body. That opinion must be entirely owing to imagination. Since all impressions are internal and perishing, the notion of distinct, continued existence arises from qualities concurring with imaginations. It is not involuntariness nor superior force. Pains are equally violent, yet not supposed permanent. Objects to which we attribute continued existence have a peculiar constancy. Mountains and tables return after absence without alteration. Imperfect constancy still preserves coherence and regular dependence, producing opinion of continued existence through causation. When Hume hears a door and sees a porter, he must suppose the door and stairs continued while absent, and spread out sea and continent for a distant letter, supposing continued existence of objects to connect past and present appearances. Coherence inference differs from ordinary causal custom. We bestow on objects greater regularity than perceptions afford, supposing connection continues when appearances interrupt, requiring cooperation of imagination's momentum, as when after loose standards of equality we imagine a perfect standard. Constancy joins coherence. Resembling perceptions after interruption are considered the same. Interruption contrary to identity leads us to feign real existence during absence, acquiring vivacity from memory, the essence of belief. A little reflection shows dependence. Pressing one eye doubles objects, distance, sickness, organs alter qualities, perceptions not independent. Philosophers distinguish interrupted perceptions from continued objects, a palliative with no primary recommendation to reason or fancy, reachable only through vulgar identity of interrupted perceptions. While attention is bent, studied principle may prevail. The moment we relax, nature draws us back. Double existence pleases reason by dependent perceptions and imagination by continued objects, the monstrous offspring of 2 contrary principles both embraced. Philosophers leaving their closets mingle in exploded opinions that perceptions are our only objects and continue identically in interrupted appearances. External objects must resemble perceptions because fancy borrows all ideas from precedent perception. Reviewing these systems, Hume feels more inclination to repose no faith in imagination than to place implicit confidence in senses. Coherence and constancy produce continued existence, though these qualities have no perceivable connection with it. Numerical identity of resembling perceptions is gross illusion. The philosophical system denies and establishes the vulgar supposition at once, inventing new perceptions to which it attributes qualities the vulgar ascribe to the old. Yet we can well suppose in general, though not distinctly conceive, objects other than perceptions. What then can we look for from this confusion but error? This skeptical doubt, both with respect to reason and senses, is a malady never radically cured, returning every moment however we chase it away. Impossible on any system to defend understanding or senses. We expose them farther by endeavoring to justify them. As skeptical doubt arises from profound reflection, it always increases the farther we carry reflections. Carelessness and inattention alone afford remedy. Hume relies entirely upon them, and takes for granted that an hour hence the reader will be persuaded there is both external and internal world, and upon that supposition examines ancient and modern systems. Coherence and constancy. The imaginative pillars of vulgar belief in body, regular dependence of appearances across interruptions, and return of resembling impressions after absence. Double existence. Philosophy's palliative fiction distinguishing interrupted perceptions from continued objects, born of reason and fancy's unresolved struggle. Quote, "We may well ask, what causes induce us to believe in the existence of body? But it is in vain to ask whether there be body or not. That is a point which we must take for granted in all our reasonings." Quote, "I am seated in my chamber with my face to the fire, and all the objects that strike my senses are contained in a few yards around me. My memory, indeed, informs me of the existence of many objects, but then this information extends not beyond their past existence, nor do either my senses or memory give any testimony to the continuance of their being. When, therefore, I am thus seated and revolve over these thoughts, I hear on a sudden a noise as of a door turning upon its hinges, and a little after see a porter who advances towards me." Quote, "This philosophical system, therefore, is the monstrous offspring of two principles, which are contrary to each other, which are both at once embraced by the mind, and which are unable mutually to destroy each other. Ancient and modern systems of philosophy. Several moralists recommend examining dreams to know our hearts. Hume is persuaded similar discoveries might be made from criticism of ancient fictions concerning substances, substantial forms, accidents, and occult qualities, unreasonable yet with intimate connection to human nature. Judicious philosophers confess our ideas of bodies are collections of distinct, sensible qualities constantly united, yet we regard the compound as one thing continuing the same under alteration. Ideas of successive qualities united by close relation carry the mind with easy transition. Imagination readily considers related succession one continued object. But comparing two distinct periods, variations insensible when gradual appear of consequence and destroy identity, whence imagination feigns something unknown continuing the same, called substance or original matter. The same holds for simplicity in compounds. Color, taste, figure, solidity in a peach form one thing by close relation. Viewing qualities as separable, imagination feigns unknown substance as principle of union. Peripatetic philosophy assigns homogeneous matter and distinct substantial forms according to viewpoint. Accidents and occult qualities complete an incomprehensible system from principles as natural as those above. Three opinions rise with reason: vulgar, false philosophy, and true philosophy approaches nearer vulgar sentiment than mistaken knowledge. Vulgar imagine connection among constantly united objects and fancy separation impossible. Philosophers perceive no known connection. That inference is from constant conjunction only. Yet instead of concluding we have no idea of power separate from mind, they search for agency in matter and are displeased with every explaining system. They escape vulgar error, yet still seek connection in matter, a torment like Sisyphus. Nature compensates with faculty and occult quality. Insignificant terms, after frequent use, seem as footing with significant ones. Philosophers set themselves at ease and arrive by illusion at indifference, the people attain by stupidity, and true philosophers by moderate skepticism. Modern philosophy pretends freedom from such defects, arising from solid permanent principles of imagination. Hume distinguishes permanent, irresistible principles, customary transition from causes to effects, from changeable weak, irregular ones like ancient specters. One who concludes somebody near on hearing articulate voice in darkness reasons justly by custom. One tormented by specters in the dark reasons naturally only as a malady is natural. Modern philosophy's fundamental principle asserts colors, sounds, tastes, smells, heat, and cold to be impressions without resembling objects, argued for variations while external objects seems the same, depending on health, constitution, situation. Different impressions from one object cannot all have resembling qualities in it. From like effects we presume like causes. All such impressions derive from like origin. Removing secondary qualities leaves primary, extension, solidity, figure, motion, as only real ones. Generation and corruption are changes of figure and motion. Yet instead of explaining external objects, this system annihilates them. Motion is inconceivable without body. Body resolves into extension or solidity. Extension into parts that must be colored or solid. Color excluded, extension depends on solidity. Solidity is two objects that cannot penetrate each other, and we have no idea of those bodies after excluding secondary qualities, motion, and extension. There is direct and total opposition between reason, concluding color, sound, taste, smell have no continued independent existence, and sense is persuading us of body's continuance. Excluding sensible qualities, nothing in the universe has such existence, not even motion, extension, and solidity. 3 grades of opinion. Vulgar connection. False philosophies search for hidden powers in matter, and true philosophies return toward custom, tormented between them unless relieved by empty scholastic words. Quote, "What can be imagined more tormenting than to seek with eagerness what forever flies us, and seek for it in a place where it is impossible it can ever exist?" Quote, "Thus there is a direct and total opposition betwixt our reason and our senses, or more properly speaking, betwixt those conclusions we form from cause and effect, and those that persuade us of the continued and independent existence of body, of the immateriality of the soul. Having found contradictions in every system concerning external objects and matter, we might expect greater difficulties concerning mind. Yet the intellectual world, though obscure, is not perplexed with such contradictions as the natural. Philosophers promising to diminish ignorance do so at hazard of contradictions from which the subject is exempt. Curious reasoners concerning material or immaterial substances, in which perceptions inhere cannot be answered till we know what substance and inhesion mean. Impossible regarding matter, burdened with additional difficulties for mind since every idea derives from impression, and impression cannot resemble substance. If substance is defined as what may exist by itself, this agrees to everything conceivable and never distinguishes substance from accident or soul from perceptions. All perceptions are different, distinguishable, separable, may exist separately. Therefore, substances by that definition. Hume condemns the dispute of materiality and immateriality and the question itself. The common argument, extended things divisible, thought indivisible, therefore incompatible, asks whether thought is left or right of extended body, if in every part thought is extended. This concerns local conjunction. Space derives from sight and feeling. Desires and moral reflections are not extended. Hume's maxim, an object may exist and yet be nowhere, and the greatest part of beings do and must. Perceptions except sight and feeling are incompatible with place. In common life, we incorporate taste with extended body, bitter and sweet supposed invisible fig and olive separated by the table. Though extended object cannot have place conjunction with what exists without place, causation and contiguity in time make mind feign conjunction in place to complete the union. Totem in toto et totem in qualibet part. Though we condemn materialists, equal reason blames those conjoining thought with simple substance. The table as perception is extended. How join indivisible soul to extended perception? Spinoza's one simple substance for thought and matter parallels theologians' soul substance, equally unintelligible when examined through impression-derived ideas. Objections to one apply to both. On cause of perceptions, schools say matter and motion vary only in position and can never produce thought or moral reflection. Few withstand this argument, yet Hume refutes it by prior proof that we are never sensible of connection betwixt causes and effects, and know them only by constant conjunction. Anything may produce anything a priori. Motion may cause thought, as lever causes motion, though no more apparent connection. Experience shows bodily disposition changes thoughts. The dilemma: only causes where mind perceives connection in ideas, or all constantly conjoined are causes. The first destroys causation, even in deity. The second gives advantage to materialists. Substance question unintelligible. Perceptions not susceptible of local union. Matter and motion may be regarded as causes of thought. It would be indignity to philosophy to apologize to every science offended. Only when religion seems offended does she justify herself. And Hume hopes the apology removes apprehension that foregoing arguments are dangerous. No a priori conclusion on operations or duration of conceivable objects. Whatever we imagine is possible for matter and spirit alike. Metaphysical arguments for immortality equally inconclusive, moral and analogical equally strong. This philosophy takes nothing from religion. Nowhere exist in perceptions. Most perceptions lack spatial parts. Imagination yet feigns place conjunction to complete causal union with body. Quote, "This maxim is that an object may exist and yet be nowhere. And I assert that this is not only possible, but that the greatest part of beings do and must exist after this manner." Quote, "The doctrine of the immateriality, simplicity, and indivisibility of a thinking substance is a true atheism, and will serve to justify all those sentiments, for which Spinoza is so universally infamous." Personal identity. Some philosophers imagine we are every moment intimately conscious of self, certain of perfect identity and simplicity. Unluckily, these assertions are contrary to experience. From what impression could the idea of self be derived? Self is not one impression, but that to which several impressions are supposed to have reference. No impression is constant through life. Pain and pleasure, passions and sensations succeed and never all exist together. Consequently, no such idea of self. All perceptions are different, distinguishable, separable. Entering most intimately into what I call myself, Hume always stumbles on some particular perception: heat or cold, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. Never catches himself without a perception. When perceptions are removed by sound sleep, he is insensible of himself. Were all removed by death, he would be annihilated. The rest of mankind are nothing but a bundle or collection of different perceptions succeeding with inconceivable rapidity in perpetual flux. The mind is a kind of theater where perceptions successively appear, yet they are the successive perceptions only that constitute the mind. We have no notion of the place where scenes are represented or materials composed. What gives propension to ascribe identity to these successive perceptions? We must distinguish identity as it regards thought from as it regards passions. The first is our subject. We have distinct ideas of invariable object through time. identity, and of different objects in succession connected by relation, diversity. Yet these contrary ideas are commonly confounded because the imagination's passage along related objects is almost the same to the feeling as contemplating one continued object. We feign continued existence of perceptions, or soul and self and substance, to disguise variation. The controversy is not merely verbal. Improper identity is attended with fiction of something invariable or mysterious. Objects variable, yet supposed same, consist of succession of parts connected by resemblance, contiguity, or causation, trivial alteration of mass, ship with parts changed by reparations, oak from plant to tree, river changing every 4 and 20 hours. Personal identity follows the same method as plants, animals, ships. Identity ascribed to mind is fictitious, proceeding from like operation of imagination. Every distinct perception remains distinct. Identity only unites ideas in imagination through resemblance and causation, not a real bond among perceptions, but a quality attributed because of union of ideas on reflection. Understanding never observes real connection. Even cause and effect resolves to customary association. Resemblance and causation, not contiguity, produce uninterrupted progress of thought regarding mind. Memory raises images of past resembling perceptions, conveying easy transition and contributing to production of identity. Perceptions linked as cause and effect in a system like a republic or commonwealth, where members united by government give rise to other persons propagating the same republic in incessant changes of parts. Identity regarding passions corroborates that regarding imagination by making distant perceptions influence each other. Memory chiefly source of personal identity as acquainting with continuance of succession. Without memory, no notion of causation constituting self. Having acquired causation from memory, we extend identity beyond recall. Few past actions remembered, yet we do not deny present self same as self of forgotten January or August. Nice questions can never be decided, regarded rather as grammatical than philosophical. Disputes concerning identity of connected objects merely verbal, except so far as relation of parts gives rise to fiction. Same extends to simplicity. Close relation of coexistent parts operates like perfect simplicity, once we feign principle of union as center of object. Bundle theory. Self is fast succession of perceptions. Introspection finds no substance behind the train. Identity as grammatical. Resemblance and causation in imagination masquerade as strict sameness. Memory does the real work. Quote, "The mind is a kind of theater where several perceptions successively make their appearance, pass, repass, glide away, and mingle in an infinite variety of postures and situations. There is properly no simplicity in it at one time, nor identity indifferent, whatever natural propension we may have to imagine that simplicity and identity." Quote, "The identity which we ascribe to the mind of man is only a fictitious one, and of a like kind with that which we ascribe to vegetables and animal bodies. It cannot, therefore, have a different origin, but must proceed from a like operation of the imagination upon like objects." Quote, "All the nice and subtle questions concerning personal identity can never possibly be decided, and are to be regarded rather as grammatical than as philosophical difficulties." Conclusion of this book. Before launching into immense depths of philosophy, Hume pauses to ponder the voyage, like a man who narrowly escaped shipwreck, yet puts again to sea in the same leaky vessel. Memory of past errors breeds diffidence. Weakness of faculties increases apprehensions. Impossibility of amending them reduces almost to despair. Melancholy indulges desponding reflections. Forlorn solitude in philosophy. Monster expelled from human commerce. Enmity of metaphysicians, logicians, mathematicians, theologians, inward doubt and ignorance, opinions loosening without others' approbation. After the most accurate reasonings, he can give no reason why he should assent. Only strong propensity to consider objects as they appear. Experience and habit conspiring on imagination make some ideas more lively. Without this property, we could never assent to argument nor attribute existence beyond present senses nor receive memory's images as true pictures of past perceptions. Memory, senses, understanding are founded on imagination. This principle makes us reason from causes and convinces of continued existence of body. Yet these operations are sometimes directly contrary. Philosophers successively assent to both with what confidence then usurp philosophy's title. Tracing understanding to first principles turns past labor to ridicule. Sought ultimate tie in objects proves to lie in custom's determination in us. Dilemma. Assent to every trivial suggestion of fancy, or adhere to understanding. Latter subverts all evidence. We save ourselves from total skepticism only by difficulty of entering remote views. No choice, but false reason and none. Commonly the difficulty is forgotten. Present feeling nearly reverses. Intense view of contradictions heats brain toward total doubt. Where am I? What surrounds me? Most fortunately, since reason cannot dispel these clouds, nature suffices, cures philosophical melancholy by relaxing the bent of mind or by lively impression of senses. Dine, play backgammon, converse, be merry. Returning, speculations appear cold, strained, ridiculous. Absolutely determined to live and talk like others in common affairs. Skepticism preserved in blind submission to senses and understanding. Philosophy has nothing to oppose spleen, but hopes good humor returns. If we believe fire warms, only because too painful to think otherwise. When mind collects after amusement, curiosity concerning moral good and evil, government, passions governing without knowing principles springs naturally. Ambition to instruct mankind and acquire a name. Origin of continuing into books 2 and 3. Even without ambition, weakness leads into inquiry. Superstition opens a world of its own more bold than philosophy, and mind cannot rest like beasts in daily conversation. We ought prefer safest guide. Hume recommends philosophy over superstition. Superstition seizes strongly and disturbs conduct. Philosophy, if just presents mild sentiments, if false, merely cold speculation. Errors in religion dangerous. In philosophy, only ridiculous. Many honest gentlemen never think beyond domestic affairs. They do well. Hume wishes system builders a share of gross earthy mixture to temper fiery particles. Remove chimerical hypotheses, and we might establish opinion satisfactory, if not true. Human nature, the only science of man, most neglected, bringing it into fashion, composes temper from spleen. True skeptic, diffident of doubts and convictions alike, refusing no innocent satisfaction. Nor must we forbear elaborate researches or being positive in particular points according to present light. Easier to forbear all examination than check natural propensity. Expressions like it is evident are extorted by present view, implying no dogmatical spirit. Philosophical melancholy. Pyrrhonian crisis, dissolved not by argument, but nature, meals, backgammon, conversation. Careless skepticism, live by instinctive belief, while knowing reason cannot reconcile what it exposed. Quote, most fortunately it happens that since reason is incapable of dispelling these clouds, nature herself suffices to that purpose, and cures me of this philosophical melancholy and delirium, either by relaxing this bend of mind, or by some avocation and lively impression of my senses, which obliterate all these chimeras. I dine, I play a game of backgammon, I converse, and am merry with my friends. And when after 3 or 4 hours' amusement, I would return to these speculations, they appear so cold, and strained, and ridiculous, that I cannot find in my heart to enter into them any farther. Quote, we have, therefore, no choice left but betwixt a false reason and none at all. For my part, know not what ought to be done in the present case. I can only observe what is commonly done, which is that this difficulty is seldom or never thought of, and even where it has once been present to the mind, is quickly forgot and leaves but a small impression behind it. Quote, A true skeptic will be diffident of his philosophical doubts, as well as of his philosophical conviction, and will never refuse any innocent satisfaction, which offers itself upon account of either of them. Book 2, Part 1, of Pride and Humility, the division of passions and the object of self. Having completed his account of ideas, Hume turns to the violent emotions of the second class of impressions, those reflective passions that arise from original ones, either immediately or through the interposition of their ideas. Among these, pride and humility stand with love and hatred under the indirect passions. They proceed from good and evil, pain and pleasure, but only by the conjunction of other qualities, whereas desire, aversion, grief, joy, hope, fear, despair, and security arise directly. Hume cannot yet justify this division further. He observes it as a spacious, vulgar classification and proceeds to examine pride and humility themselves. These passions, being simple uniform impressions, admit no strict definition, only description by attending circumstances, yet every reader already possesses a just idea of them from common life, and Hume will not linger on preliminaries. The first structural discovery is that pride and humility, though directly contrary, share the same object. That object is self, the connected succession of related ideas and impressions of which we have intimate memory and consciousness. The view always fixes here when either passion is actuated. Whatever else the mind comprehends is considered with reference to ourselves. Without that reference, no object can excite these passions or increase or diminish them. Yet self cannot be their cause. If object and cause were identical, the same consideration would at once excite equal degrees of opposite passions and destroy both. Whereas in fact a man cannot be both proud and humble at once, and where different reasons pull both ways, the stronger annihilates the weaker, or they alternate. Self, contemplated merely as self, is indifferent and would produce neither passion. We must therefore distinguish cause from object. Pride and humility, once raised, turn attention to self as ultimate object, but something further is requisite to raise them, something that does not produce both in the same degree. The first idea presented is the cause or productive principle. This excites the connected passion, which then turns the view to self. A passion thus lies between two ideas. One produces it, the other is produced by it. The first represents the cause, the second the object. The causes of pride and humility display a vast variety. Every valuable quality of mind, wit, good sense, learning, courage, justice, integrity, and their opposites, bodily beauty, strength, agility, address, and still farther, whatever is in the least allied or related to us. Country, family, children, relations, riches, houses, gardens, horses, dogs, clothes. This variety forces a further distinction within the cause between the quality that operates and the subject on which it inheres. A man is vain of a beautiful house that belongs to him or that he contrived. The object of the passion is himself, the cause the house, and the cause subdivides into beauty as operating quality and the house as subject, considered as his property or contrivance. Beauty alone, without relation to us, never produces pride. The strongest relation alone, without beauty or some substitute, has as little influence. Both particulars are essential and must be conceived as component parts of the cause. Object versus cause. Self is the fixed object toward which pride and humility always turn. The cause is the separate idea, quality on related subject, that first excites the passion. Quality and subject. The operative pleasure or pain inheres in a subject related to self. Neither limb of the cause suffices alone. Quote, "It is evident that pride and humility, though directly contrary, have yet the same object. This object is self, or that succession of related ideas and impressions, of which we have an intimate memory and consciousness." Quote, "We must therefore make a distinction betwixt the cause and the object of these passions, betwixt that idea which excites them, and that to which they direct their view when excited. natural instincts, variety of causes, and the double relation. Hume next asks what determines object, quality, and subject. That self should be the object appears both natural. The passion is invariable in this respect, and original. Nature must give some primary impulses before secondary ones can arise, and the direction of pride and humility to self is among the most inseparable qualities of the soul. Whether the causes are equally original is another question. The same objects give rise to pride and humility in all nations and ages. Upon a stranger we can predict pretty nearly what will swell or wound his vanity, with variation only from temper and complexion. Yet causes are plainly not original in Hume's sense. Their prodigious number, and the share of art, caprice, and fortune in houses, furniture, and clothes, make it absurd to suppose each new production adapted by a distinct concealed principle. The first mechanic who invented a fine scrutoire produced pride by principles different from those that made men proud of handsome chairs, unless we allow some common circumstance on which all efficacy depends. Nature does nothing in vain. To multiply principles for every phenomenon, like pre-Copernican astronomy, is to cover ignorance with falsehood. Two properties of human nature, not commonly much insisted on by philosophers, must reduce this variety. First, the association of ideas. The mind cannot fix on one idea for long, but passes by resemblance, contiguity, and causation from one object to what is united by those relations. Second, a parallel association of impressions. Resembling impressions are connected, and one arising. The rest follow. Grief to anger, anger to envy, envy to malice, malice to grief, till the circle completes. Elevated joy throws itself into love, generosity, pity, courage, pride. Impressions associate only by resemblance, not contiguity or causation. Yet the two kinds of association assist each other, and transition is easiest where both concur, as when injury from another makes us find subjects of discontent in or near the person who caused our first passion. With these principles established, Hume applies them to pride and humility. Many qualities among the causes produce pleasure or pain independent of those passions. Beauty gives pleasure as well as pride, deformity pain as well as humility. Hume supposes this true of all. Subjects of these qualities are parts of ourselves or something nearly related. Virtue and vice in actions and manners, beauty or deformity of person, house, equipage, furniture. The passions themselves have self as object by original instinct, and pride is a pleasant sensation, humility painful. Remove the sensation, and there is no passion. Compare object and sensation of the passion with relation to self and tendency to produce pleasure or pain in the cause, and the system breaks in with irresistible evidence. The cause related to the object, the separate sensation related to the passion sensation. From this double relation of ideas and impressions the passion is derived. Nature has given organs disposed to produce pride, assigned self as the idea it never fails to produce. But pride requires foreign assistance. It languishes without excellency in character, body, clothes, equipage, or fortune, and would be perpetual if it arose immediately from nature, since the object is always the same. Any pleasant sensation related to self excites pride. Humility requires the reverse sensation with the same relation of ideas. Double relation. A cause's separate pleasure or pain, impression relation, combines with the cause's relation to self, idea relation, to produce pride or humility, analogous to belief from causation, where present impression and related idea transfuse vivacity. Association of impressions, resembling affections run into one another. This association, joined with association of ideas, gives the passions a double impulse. Quote, that cause which excites the passion is related to the object which nature has attributed to the passion. The sensation, which the cause separately produces, is related to the sensation of the passion. From this double relation of ideas and impressions, the passion is derived. Quote, anything that gives a pleasant sensation and is related to self excites the passion of pride, which is also agreeable and has self for its object. Limitations of the general system. Before enumerating particular causes, Hume qualifies the general proposition that every agreeable object related to ourselves by associations of ideas and impressions produces pride, and disagreeable objects humility. First, joy appears on a slighter relation than vanity. Guests at a feast feel joy, but only the master has self-applause. Pride needs a closer relation because it must perform a double task: approach the object and convert pleasure into vanity by transition between passions. Second, the object must be peculiar to ourselves or shared with few. What is common and familiar loses value, and comparison with others weakens pride more than joy, since pride contemplates both cause and self, while joy has only the pleasurable object, properly speaking, and self enters only to render it agreeable. Third, the pleasant or painful object must be discernible to ourselves and others. We fancy ourselves more happy as well as more virtuous or beautiful when we appear so. Fourth, inconstant causes give little pride. We foresee change, compare the fleeting object to our more durable self, and ridicule inferring excellency from what lasts so small a part of our existence. Fifth, as enlargement. General rules influence pride and humility as they influence understanding. We form notions of ranks suitable to wealth and do not alter them for peculiarities of health or temper. Custom carries us beyond just bounds and passions, as in reasonings. These limitations yield a reflection. The proudest are not always happiest, nor the humblest most miserable. Evils may be real though unrelated, not peculiar, not shown to others, not constant, or not falling under general rules. Such evils render us miserable with little tendency to diminish pride, and perhaps the most solid evils of life are of this nature. Quote, "The persons who are proudest and who in the eye of the world have most reason for their pride are not always the happiest, nor the most humble always the most miserable, as may at first sight be imagined from this system. Vice, virtue, beauty in the body, with limitations in hand, Hume tests particular causes, principally whether each is related to self and produces pleasure or uneasiness apart from the passion. Vice and virtue are the most obvious causes. Hume postpones the controversy whether moral distinctions are natural or arise from interest in education. Either way, vice and virtue produce real pain and pleasure, and that suffices for his purpose. On the moral hypothesis that virtue is to produce pleasure and vice pain, pride and humility are among morality's effects, and virtue and vice must be in our character to excite them. Further proof of the double relation. On the realist hypothesis that certain characters produce pain or pleasure by primary constitution, the same follows. Even if both hypotheses fail, pain and pleasure remain inseparable from generous and cruel characters. Wit, humor, and other accomplishments flatter vanity or mortify through taste, which is nothing but sensation of pleasure from true wit and uneasiness from false. Hume uses pride and humility in the passion sense, not the moral theologians. The agreeable impression when virtue, beauty, riches, or power satisfy us with ourselves, and the opposite impression in humility. The most rigid morality allows pleasure from reflecting on generous action. Beauty and deformity of body, whether body is part of self or external, yet near enough connected, give peculiar delight and uneasiness on whatever subject. Placed on ourselves, pleasure or pain converts to pride or humility by the full transition. Every hypothesis of beauty resolves into order and construction fitted to please. Pleasure and pain constitute the essence of beauty and deformity, and much admired beauty derives from convenience and utility. Strength is a kind of power and ambition's inferior species. Whatever in ourselves is useful, beautiful, or surprising is pride's object. Surprise is pleasure from novelty, not a quality in the object, but an impression. Hence vanity of surprising adventures and vulgar lying to heap fictions that satisfy vanity. 2 experiments confirm the system. Surprise produces pride only through pleasure and only with relation to self. Others' adventures may please, but do not swell us. Health and sickness seem an objection. Men are neither proud of health nor mortified by every cold. The second and fourth limitations account for this. Health is not peculiar, sickness not constant. When malady is rooted and recovery hopeless, humility follows, as old men are mortified by age and infirmities they labor to conceal. Bodily pain and sickness are proper causes of humility. Custom and comparison make us overlook what is common to all. Quote, "Beauty is nothing but a form, which produces pleasure, as deformity is a structure of parts, which conveys pain. And since the power of producing pain and pleasure make in this manner the essence of beauty and deformity, all the effects of these qualities must be derived from the sensation." Quote, "By pride I understand that agreeable impression which arises in the mind, when the view either of our virtue, beauty, riches, or power makes us satisfied with ourselves, and that by humility I mean the opposite impression. External advantages, property, and riches. Though mind and body are the natural and immediate causes, experience shows houses, gardens, equipages, and kindred accomplishments producing pride, the primary objects somewhat obscured by foreign and extrinsic relations. A beautiful fish in the ocean or animal in a desert, unrelated to us, touches vanity not at all. The idea must hang upon self with easy natural transition. Resemblance conveys us from idea to idea like contiguity and causation, yet seldom founds pride or humility. If we resemble another's valuable quality, we possess it and survey it in ourselves rather than by reflection in another. Resemblance in trifles, countenance, air, extends little. Vanity here borrows from shining qualities of the person resembled, and contrast with those qualities exposes the minuteness of the trivial resemblance. Contiguity and causation alone, as relations of impressions and ideas, are requisite. Association of ideas without a separate pleasurable impression is insufficient. The first emotion must be related to pride or humility, not be the passion itself, else relation of objects would be superfluous. Men are vain of country, county, parish, of climate, soil, wines, language, pleasures of sense originally agreeable, becoming pride only through relation to self and the double transition. Some affect to depreciate their own country after travel. At home the relation to nation is shared with so many it is lost. Distant relation to a foreign land, through having seen and lived there, is augmented by its rarity. We are vain of blood and friendship's qualities, desire connections rich and remove the poor, affect good family and long rich ancestors, especially with uninterrupted possession of the same land and descent through males. Identity of possession strengthens the relation of ideas from blood, and the imagination dwelling on the husband in marriage strengthens the child's relation to the father. Property is the closest relation and most common source of pride. Defined as relation permitting one person free use and possession to the exclusion of others consistent with justice, it is a species of causation whether justice is natural or artificial. Honor, custom, and civil law supplying conscience's place. Mention of property carries thought to proprietor and conversely. Joined with impressions, pleasure from utility, beauty, or novelty in what we own produces pride. The vain man believes his wine, cookery, air, and soil excel all others. They agree only in giving pleasure. Riches are power of acquiring what pleases, not the metal's solidity or weight. Paper may be riches as conveying money. Power, in passions though not in strict philosophy, is possibility or probability of action from experience. We are pleased when ability to procure pleasure is acquired, uneasy when another acquires power to harm. The miser delights in money's power though 40 years without employing it. Removed obstacles and weakened motives make imagination anticipate satisfaction as if pleasure were near. The false sensation of liberty treated in the account of will. Riches produce pride only through this double relation. The passion of power itself, Hume defers. Quote, "Everything belonging to a vain man is the best that is anywhere to be found. His houses, equipage, furniture, clothes, horses, hounds, excel all others in his conceit. Quote, riches are to be considered as the power of acquiring the property of what pleases, and it is only in this view they have any influence on the passions. Fame, sympathy, and the pride of animals, praise and blame, reputation and infamy operate through sympathy, the remarkable propensity to receive others' inclinations and sentiments by communication. Children embrace proposed opinions. Men of greatest judgment find it hard to follow reason against friends and daily companions. National character resembles, through sympathy more than soil and climate. A cheerful countenance infuses complacency. Sympathy begins from external signs converted into impressions by relation to self. Consciousness gives a lively conception of our person, and whatever is related to self is conceived with added vivacity. Resemblance, contiguity, and causation among human creatures facilitate entering into other sentiments. The idea of another's affection, enlivened by these relations, becomes the very passion, confirming the treatise's system of understanding. Since sympathy is idea converted to impression by relation to self, as belief is vivacity conveyed along causal relation. Praise never commends a quality that, if real, would not of itself produce pride, power, riches, family, virtue. We naturally embrace admirers' opinions through sympathy and because authority of others' judgment operates on self-estimation. Yet fame in general is agreeable differently from the approbation of those we esteem. Were fame an original instinct, every opinion would excite it equally, but a fool's judgment influences less than a wise man's, and praise gives little pleasure unless it extols qualities in which we chiefly excel. Men of good family, but narrow circumstances seek livelihood among strangers to escape contempt of kindred. Sympathy depends on relation to self. Separating contiguity and blood diminishes uneasiness. Double contempt from neighbors and relations stays distinct when not in the same persons. Concealing birth avoids comparison when others are ignorant, though self knows misfortune. Popular fame may please even one who despises the vulgar, because multitude adds weight. Plagiarists enjoy undeserved praise by imagination's castle building. The proud are shocked by contempt through opposition between natural passion and sympathetic reception. Hume closes by the anatomist's method. Where structure and operation are the same in beasts and men, causes cannot differ. Pride and humility appear in swans, turkeys, peacocks. In the last two, pride attends beauty in males. Nightingales emulate in song. Horses in swiftness, bulls and cocks in strength. Familiar animals show pride and approbation, especially from those they know and love. Beasts of little sense of virtue lose sight of blood quickly, lack right and property. Causes lie in body, beauty, strength, swiftness, useful or agreeable quality. Dogs remember hidden bones by contiguity, tremble approaching places of beating. Resemblance contributes to causation, which animals show in judgment. Joy in dogs runs to love, pain to quarrelsomeness. Impression relations like ours. The hypothesis is simple, supposes little reflection, and applies to every sensible creature, which Hume takes as confirmation and as objection to every rival system. Sympathy, communication of sentiment by converting idea of another's passion into impression, assisted by resemblance, contiguity, and causation to self. Comparative anatomy of the mind. Agreement of human and animal passion in structure and cause supports the same mechanism. Double relation without distinct principles per object. Quote, no quality of human nature is more remarkable, both in itself and in its consequences, than that propensity we have to sympathize with others, and to receive by communication their inclinations and sentiments, however different from, or even contrary to our own. Quote, it is plain that almost in every species of creatures, but especially of the nobler kind, there are many evident marks of pride and humility. The very port and gait of a swan, or turkey, or peacock show the high idea he has entertained of himself, and his contempt of all others. Quote, "My hypothesis is so simple and supposes so little reflection and judgment that it is applicable to every sensible creature, which must not only be allowed to be a convincing proof of its veracity, but, I am confident, will be found an objection to every other system." Book 2, Part 2, of Love and Hatred, Object, Causes, and the Abridgment from Pride. Hume opens this part with the same reserve he showed toward pride and humility. Love and hatred admit of no definition, being simple impressions without mixture or composition, and they are sufficiently known from common feeling. His business is not to describe them, but to trace their causes and objects. And here, as with the former pair, he must begin with a kind of abridgment. The immediate object of pride and humility is self, that identical person of whose thoughts and sensations we are intimately conscious. The object of love and hatred is always some other person, external to us and not the object of our inward awareness. Self-love, in the strict sense, has nothing in common with the tender emotion excited by a friend or mistress, and though we may be mortified by our own faults, anger and hatred arise only from the injuries of others. Yet the object is not, properly speaking, the cause. Love and hatred are directly contrary in sensation, yet share the same object. Were that object also their sole cause, the opposite passions would be excited in equal degree and destroy each other from the first moment. There must therefore be some cause different from the object. The causes themselves are diversified. Virtue, knowledge, wit, beauty, force, family, possessions, nation, climate, and almost every object may, by different qualities, produce love and esteem or hatred and contempt. Hume distinguishes the quality that operates from the subject on which it is placed. A prince commands esteem, first by the beauty of his palace, and secondly by the relation of property connecting it with him. Remove either relation and the passion is destroyed, a proof that the cause is compounded. From this survey, he ventures to affirm, with some show of probability, that the cause of both passions is always related to a thinking being, that the cause of love produces a separate pleasure and of hatred a separate uneasiness. The first supposition is too evident to contest. Virtue and vice in the abstract, beauty on inanimate objects, another man's poverty, excite no love or hatred toward persons unrelated to them. A spectator who sees me in the street with a beautiful palace beyond me, in which I have no concern, will not pay me the respect due to the owner. The second supposition, that a relation of impressions is requisite, is less obvious at first, because in the transition one impression is confounded with the other, but the argument for vanity clinches the parallel with pride. Few are satisfied with their own character who do not desire the love and approbation of mankind, and they display precisely those qualities that produce pride in themselves. If love and esteem were not produced by the same qualities related to ourselves or others, this method would be absurd, yet common experience and a kind of presentation guide us aright, even without philosophical progress. Double relation, love and hatred, as with pride and humility, a passion toward another person requires a relation of ideas to that person and a relation of impressions to the passion, pleasure with love, uneasiness with hatred. Quote, "I might here observe the same method with the same success, in examining particularly the several causes of love and hatred. But as I hasten a full and decisive proof of these systems, I delay this examination for a moment, and in the meantime shall endeavor to convert to my present purpose all my reasonings concerning pride and humility by an argument that is founded on unquestionable experience. Quote, "Since then the same qualities that produce pride or humility cause love or hatred, all the arguments that have been employed to prove that the causes of the former passions excite a pain or pleasure independent of the passion will be applicable with equal evidence to the causes of the latter." Experiments on the square of passions. To place the system beyond doubt, Hume proposes a series of experiments. Suppose I am in company with a person toward whom I formerly felt neither friendship nor enmity. Myself is the object of pride or humility, the other person of love or hatred. For affections stand in a square. Pride and humility, love and hatred are connected by the identity of their object, self in the first pair, another in the second. Pride and love are agreeable, hatred and humility uneasy. The similitude of sensation between pride and love, and between humility and hatred, forms the other two sides. Nothing can produce any of these passions without bearing a double relation, of ideas to the object and of sensation to the passion itself. The first experiment, an ordinary stone belonging to neither and causing no independent emotion, produces none of the four passions in any disposition. The second, bestow only a relation of ideas, a stone that belongs to me or my companion, and still no passion arises. The relation operates calmly and bestows equal impulse toward opposite passions, which destroy each other. The third, present an agreeable or disagreeable object with no relation to either person. Beautiful prospects on a journey may put me in good humor with myself and my fellow traveler, but cannot be the immediate cause of pride or love without some closer related object. The emotion is rather the overflow of an elevated disposition than an established passion. The fourth, virtue causing separate satisfaction, related to self, immediately produces pride by double relation. Remove either relation and the passion vanishes. Transfer the virtue to my companion and the affections wheel about to love. Hume runs the circle through vice, beauty, deformity, riches, poverty, power, servitude, esteem, and contempt, sometimes replacing love and hatred, but the experiment never diversifies. The fifth experiment complicates the scene. The companion is my son or brother, and the cause acquires double relation to him. Virtue in a brother should excite love, and by a new transition pride. Nothing causes greater vanity than shining qualities in our relations. Hume is pleased to find experience answer exactly to expectation. The conformity of reasoning and trial is, for him, convincing proof of the hypothesis. The sixth reverses the order. Place the qualities on ourselves without immediate connection to the related person, and the chain is broken. We never love a son for virtues we discern in ourselves, though the same qualities in him give sensible pride. At first this seems contrary to the system, since relations of impressions and ideas are the same whether we pass from love to pride or from pride to love. The difficulty is solved by vivacity and the cooperation of imagination with passion. We are at all times intimately conscious of ourselves. What strikes with vivacity forces itself into consideration and keeps attention from wandering, and the imagination passes easily from obscure to lively ideas, but with difficulty from lively to obscure. When self is the object of a passion, it is not natural to quit that consideration till the passion be exhausted. Sympathy differs, because our own person is not there the object of any passion fixing attention on self, and we turn naturally to contiguous persons. Even when relation remains, if a particular circumstance prevents the fancy's usual transition of ideas, the passion's transition is likewise prevented, a clear proof the faculties are connected. The seventh experiment joins identity of passions with relation of ideas. Love or hatred for one person extends to friends and relations. Kindness to one brother on account of friendship for another, hatred of a whole innocent family after a quarrel with one member. Identity of impressions with relation of ideas should produce a stronger connection than double relation alone. Yet the transition is easier from greater to lesser object. Love of the son on account of the father more natural than the reverse. Cornelia's reproach to the Gracchi, that she should be known as Scipio's daughter rather than their mother, turns on the imagination passing from the intermediate figure to what is more considerable. The fancy finds equal facility from lesser to greater as from remote to contiguous. But affections directed to a great object fill the mind more than those toward a small one, and the stronger passion prevails, drawing the mind to its side. Hatred or love of a master produces with greater facility anger or goodwill toward the servant. When nearness and contiguity increase the lesser object's magnitude, the opposition between fancy and passion is removed. The eighth exception confirms the rule. Approbation of our conduct produces pride, then love toward the approver because he is the real cause of the first passion and intimately connected with it. Not a contradiction, but an exception arising from the same reason as the rule. All 8 experiments, Hume concludes, display one principle: double relation of impressions and ideas, with variations resolvable into it or into circumstances that block or counterbalance transition. Square the passions, pride, humility, and love. Hatred connect by shared objects, pride, love, and humility. Hatred connect by agreeable or uneasy sensation, a figure Hume uses to demand double relation in every case. Quote, "It is evident here are 4 affections, placed, as it were, in a square or regular connection with, and distance from each other. The passions of pride and humility, as well as those of love and hatred, are connected together by the identity of their object, which to the first set of passions is self, to the second some other person." Quote, "I say then, that nothing can produce any of these passions without bearing it a double relation, viz., of ideas to the object of the passion, and of sensation to the passion itself. This we must prove by our experiments, difficulties, intention, and the love of relations." After so many proofs from daily experience, Hume turns from enumerating every cause to removing difficulties and examining compound affections. It is evident that persons acquire our kindness or ill will in proportion to the pleasure or uneasiness we receive from them. In war we detest enemies as cruel and perfidious, while esteeming ourselves and allies equitable and merciful. The same qualities reversed by the side we stand on. Some require that pain and pleasure arise knowingly and with design. Yet constant qualities in a person's character produce love or hatred independent of intention, while a momentary action requires forethought to connect it with a person durably. Intention strengthens both the relation of ideas and the relation of impressions. The principal part of an injury is the contempt it shows, and of a good office the vanity it flatters. Remove design, and the passions diminish, though violent anger for involuntary harm shows that a feeble relation of ideas may still operate when the impression is strong. Having explained why some actions excite little love or hatred, Hume asks wherein consists the pleasure of objects that do produce these passions. His system requires double relation. Yet love may be excited by relation to ourselves alone, blood, neighborhood, profession, even name gives a share of affection without inquiry into other qualities. Acquaintance without relation produces a parallel effect. We prefer a familiar companion to strangers of superior merit. Declaimers against human nature observe that man cannot support himself when loosened from external objects. Hume agrees that the mind seeks foreign objects for lively sensation, and company is rejoicing because it presents a rational being who communicates his sentiments. Whatever is related to us is conceived vividly by easy transition from self. Custom facilitates the entrance of the idea. Relation and acquaintance concur only in producing a lively, strong idea, and love arises from the agreeableness of such conception. The curious case of a mother's second marriage illustrates imperfect relation. The tie of child and parent remains, but imagination passes easily to her and not back. She is surrounded by new relations to another family. The double motion of thought is broken. Affection weakens. A father's second marriage has less effect because superiority keeps the passage open from him to self along the original relation. He is not sunk in the new family. Perfect relation requires the imagination to return from the second object to the first with equal facility as it advances. Quote, "Nothing is more evident than that any person acquires our kindness or is exposed to our ill will in proportion to the pleasure or uneasiness we receive from him, and that the passions keep pace exactly with the sensations in all their changes and variations." Quote, "Whoever is united to us by any connection is always sure of a share of our love, proportioned to the connection, without inquiring into his other qualities. Thus the relation of blood produces the strongest tie the mind is capable of in the love of parents to their children. Esteem for the rich and the primacy of sympathy. Nothing gives esteem for a person more than power and riches, or contempt more than poverty and meanness. Species of love and hatred requiring explanation. Three principles present themselves: pleasure in the objects possessed, expectation of advantage from sharing them, and sympathy with the proprietor's satisfaction. The first has more influence than we at first imagine. We seldom regard beauty or deformity without emotion. Yet agreeable images of houses and gardens work chiefly when vivacity carries them toward the person who owns them, and riches unemployed still cause respect, money implying representation of enjoyments only through the will of a thinking being. Power as distinguished from exercise is probability of existence. We must enter the proprietor's sentiment by sympathy before the idea of distant pleasures can strongly move us. Even the avaricious man is respected for money he scarce will employ, because to himself the power seems perfect. Expectation of advantage cannot be the chief principle. We respect the rich before discovering favorable disposition, when we lie outside their sphere of activity, when we treat prisoners of war with respect suitable to condition, when a man of competent fortune treats strangers differently as he learns their rank, though he neither proposes nor would accept advantage. Birth and quality afford the same argument. What is a man of birth but one descended from a long succession of rich and powerful ancestors, respected by relation to persons we esteem, even when dead and without expectation? General rules cannot explain this, for of 100 men of credit we perhaps expect advantage from none. No custom can prevail where conformity to rule is not supported by superior instances. Sympathy alone remains. Riches give satisfaction to the possessor. This satisfaction is conveyed to the beholder. The agreeable idea, connected with love, arises by relation of impressions and identity of ideas. Minds are mirrors. Pleasure reverberates between possessor and spectator, increasing vanity and esteem in turn, until original satisfaction, secondary vanity, and tertiary rebound can scarcely be distinguished. From a general survey of the animal creation, Hume confirms sympathy, desire of company without proposed advantage, solitude as punishment, every pleasure languishing apart from company. Utility explains beauty of works of art and convenience of lodging. We enter the proprietor's interest when he points out apartment convenience and little room lost in passages. Fertility of field surpasses mere ornament, and a furze plain may equal a vine-covered hill in form, yet never appear so to one who knows each object's value. A beauty of imagination without foundation in immediate sense, referring to riches, joy, and plenty we share by fancy, though we cannot partake. A figure ill-balanced in painting displeases by ideas of fall and harm. Health and vigor in persons pleased by sympathy. Pride, ambition, avarice, curiosity, revenge, lust. The animating principle is sympathy with the thoughts and sentiments of others. Were we to abstract entirely from them, none of these passions would retain force. Esteem and contempt. Varieties of love and hatred directed toward persons considered as superior or inferior in fortune, power, or birth, produced chiefly by sympathy with the pleasure or uneasiness riches and poverty afford their possessors, not by prospect of self-interest. Quote, "Upon the whole, there remains nothing which can give us an esteem for power and riches, and a contempt for meanness and poverty, except the principle of sympathy, by which we enter into the sentiments of the rich and poor, and partake of their pleasure and uneasiness." Quote, "Let all the powers and elements of nature conspire to serve and obey one man. Let the sun rise and set at his command. The sea and rivers roll as he pleases, and the earth furnish spontaneously whatever may be useful or agreeable to him. He will still be miserable till you give him some one person at least with whom he may share his happiness, and whose esteem and friendship he may enjoy. Benevolence, compassion, malice, and envy. Ideas are impenetrable and compound by conjunction. Impressions and passions blend like colors. Love and hatred are always conjoined with benevolence and anger, desires of the happiness or misery of the person loved or hated, which distinguishes them from pride and humility, pure emotions exciting no immediate action. Hume rejects the hypothesis that love simply is desire of another's happiness. The desires arise when imagination presents that happiness or misery, but the passions may subsist without reflecting on them. Benevolence and anger are therefore distinct passions joined by original constitution, as nature gives the body appetites varied by situation of fluids. Pity is concern for misery without friendship or enmity. Malice is joy in misery without offense. Secondary affections from sympathy and comparison. Pity follows the general principle of sympathy. Humans are related by resemblance. Their pains strike us vividly, and a lively idea converts into impression, stronger for affliction than for joy. Contiguity and sight strengthen pity. Women and children, most guided by imagination, are most subject to it. A remarkable phenomenon. Communicated sympathy sometimes gains strength from weakness of the original. We rejoice more in an honors recipient who shows little sense of prosperity, and pity more one who bears misfortune with patience, because we form a lively idea of sorrow overlooking magnanimity. We blush for another's folly, though he feels no shame. Malice imitates hatred's effects without injury. Men judge by comparison more than intrinsic worth. A small degree succeeding a great produces sensation as if less than it is, applied to happiness and misery. Another's misery gives a livelier idea of our happiness and his happiness of our misery, a kind of pity reversed. Hume grounds this in two principles. Every object is attended by emotion proportioned to it, and general rules make us expect conjoined qualities even when circumstances change. Comparison alters the attendant emotion without altering the object's image, as warmed and cooled hands judge the same water hot and cold. The same mechanism yields malice against ourselves. Past pain agreeable when present condition satisfies, past pleasure uneasy when nothing now equals it. A friend in affliction while we enjoy pleasure, or remorse after crime, may drive us to seek affliction to avoid disagreeable contrast. Envy differs as excited by present enjoyment, diminishing our idea of ourselves. Malice is unprovoked desire of evil for comparative pleasure. Proximity, not vast disproportion, breeds envy. A soldier envies his sergeant more than his general. Poets of near merit more than distant hacks. Great disproportion cuts off relation and weakens comparison. Breaking relation of ideas breaks comparison's force. Civil wars summon foreign enemies rather than submit to fellow citizens. Guicciardini's Italy shows even name, language, and contiguity make superiority grievous. Travelers praise Chinese and Persians while depreciating neighboring rivals. The same principle appears in arts. Heroic and burlesque designs cannot unite in one picture, though two opposite pictures may hang in the same chamber without scruple, because the break in ideas breaks the progress of affections. Malice and envy both arise from comparison of our condition with another's. Malice rejoices in another's pain as augmenting our relative happiness. Envy grieves at another's pleasure as diminishing it. The latter especially toward proximate rivals. Quote, "The passions of love and hatred are always followed by, or rather conjoined with benevolence and anger. It is this conjunction which chiefly distinguishes these affections from pride and humility." Quote, "His misery, considered in itself, is painful to us, but augments the idea of our own happiness and gives us pleasure. Nor will it appear strange that we may feel a reverse sensation from the happiness and misery of others. Mixtures respect, contempt, love, and the brutes. Pity and malice are not pure. Pity mixes with love, malice with anger. The apparent contradiction, uneasy pity should produce hatred by resemblance of sensation, is reconciled by distinguishing momentary pain from the general bent of a passion and by noting two causes of transition: double relation and conformity in tendency of desires. Benevolence is pleasure in another's pleasure and pain in his pain. Pity parallels benevolence in direction of desire. Malice parallels anger. Love and hatred depend on force of first sympathy. Strong communicated impression gives double tendency related to benevolence. Weak painful sympathy relates to anger and hatred by resemblance of sensations alone. Sympathy with uneasiness weak produces hatred or contempt. Strong produces love or tenderness. A principle confirmed by experience, since the same beggar excites contrary passions as misery is slight or painted in lively colors. Hence poverty causes contempt, extreme misery compassion. A barren country inspires contempt through weak disagreeable sympathy, reaching only immediate sensation. A city in ashes deep benevolence, because we enter the inhabitants' whole fortune. Excessive present evil may absorb attention and prevent double sympathy. Hence horror at the rack, not tender feelings for the sufferer, though women may kindness toward criminals at the scaffold. Pity toward the victim and hatred toward the author of misfortune show how view of object determines mixture. Toward the sufferer we wish prosperity as well as feel affliction. Toward the author only misery. Double sympathy also explains kindness to relations and acquaintance. Custom and relation make their fortunes present to us as if originally our own. Rivalry and partnership furnish a further experiment. Two tradesmen in one town, or merchants in co-partnership across the world, love or hate without double relation of present sensation. Parallel direction of interest explains love of partner and hatred of rival, as comparison explains malice. Doing good from any motive touches kindness. Injuries breed hatred in the agent as well as sufferer. A difficulty remains. If sympathy with the rich produces love by secondary pleasure, why does sympathy with pain not always produce hatred? Hume answers that weak sympathy with uneasiness takes the former route of impressions and ideas. Strong sympathy takes the parallel direction of benevolence. And sympathy extends to anticipated future suffering when present misery strikes with force enough to vivify all related ideas, like pipes conveying no more water than rises at the fountain. Respect and contempt remain. Considering others' qualities absolutely produces love or hatred. Comparing them with ourselves produces humility or pride. Joining both methods yields respect or contempt. Contempt has strong tincture of pride, respect more love than humility, matching the mind's stronger propensity to pride. Genius and learning produce love by pleasure, but imperfectly excite pride by magnificence. So they yield pure love with little humility, good nature and beauty, similarly. Objects ever cause pure love or hatred when they fit one passion more than its comparative partner. We keep inferiors at distance because contiguity makes disproportion felt. Great difference inclines us to produce distance. Ideas of distance and difference connect, founding the metaphor. Amorous passion joins three impressions: beauty's pleasure, bodily appetite, and kindness. Beauty connects to appetite by pleasantness and by parallel direction of desires, as beauty whets hunger by inclining us to approach food, so generation. The three affections become inseparable. Any may advance first. Sex is both object and cause of appetite. Beauty quickens by double relation when frequency weakens original force. In brutes, love and hatred are common with causes simple enough to operate without reflection. No penetration required. Everything conducted by springs not peculiar to any one species. Dogs love man above their species and commonly meet return of affection. Benefits and injuries produce love or hatred. Feeding and beating quickly acquire or destroy affection. Love in beasts is caused less by relation than in our species, because their thoughts do not trace relations except in obvious instances. Yet acquaintance produces love as relation does, and likeness among them is a source of affection. An ox with horses joins their company, but leaves it for his own kind when choice allows. Parental affection proceeds from instinct. Sympathy communicates fear, anger, courage, grief without knowledge of the original cause. Howlings of one dog produce sensible concern in fellows. Animals in play use the same members and nearly the same action as in fight. Paw, horn, teeth, heels, yet carefully avoid harming companions though resentment could not threaten them. evident proof brutes sense each other's pain and pleasure. Hunting in pack animates dogs more than solitary pursuit. Joining stranger packs heightens the effect, explicable by sympathy familiar from human life. Envy and malice are very remarkable in animals, perhaps more common than pity as requiring less effort of thought and imagination. The conclusion favors the whole system. The causes above explained are of so simple a nature they may easily be supposed to operate on mere animals, and the parallel phenomena confirm that love, hatred, and their mixtures rest on the same mechanical principles throughout the sensitive creation. Respect and contempt, mixtures of love with humility and of hatred with pride, arising from tacit comparison of another's qualities with our own, varying as the same person is considered inferior, equal, or superior. Amorous passion, compound of beauty, bodily appetite, and benevolence, united by double relation of impressions and ideas and by parallel direction of desires. Quote, the good qualities of others from the first point of view produce love, from the second, humility, and from the third, respect, which is a mixture of these two passions. Their bad qualities, after the same manner, cause either hatred or pride or contempt, according to the light in which we survey them. Quote, of all the compound passions, which proceed from mixture of love and hatred with other affections, no one better deserves our attention than that love, which arises betwixt the sexes, as well on account of its force and violence, as those curious principles of philosophy, for which it affords us an uncontestable argument. Quote, the conclusion from this is obvious in favor of the foregoing system. Love in animals has not for its only object animals of the same species, but extends itself farther and comprehends almost every sensible and thinking being. A dog naturally loves a man above his own species, and very commonly meets with a return of affection. Book 2, Part 3, of the Will and Direct Passions. Hume turns from the indirect passions to the direct ones, desire and aversion, grief and joy, hope and fear, which arise immediately from good or evil, pain or pleasure. Though the will is not strictly a passion, no account of the direct affections can proceed without it. And by the will he means only the internal impression we feel when we knowingly give rise to a new motion of body or a new perception of mind. Before cataloging these impressions, he pauses upon liberty and necessity, asks what moves the will, what inflames or calms the passions, and shows how custom, imagination, and the contiguity or distance of objects alter their force, closing with hope and fear as mixed passions, and with curiosity, the love of truth that first set his inquiries in motion. Liberty, necessity, and moral evidence. The operations of external bodies are universally acknowledged necessary. The question is whether the actions of the mind stand on the same footing. Hume answers from Book I. We never discover ultimate connection by sense or reason. Necessity in matter is constant union together with the mind's determination to infer one object from its usual attendant. Wherever these appear, necessity must be acknowledged. A slight survey of human affairs confirms that actions bear the same constant union with motives, tempers, and circumstances that bodies bear with their causes. Like causes produce like effects, whether we consider sex, age, government, or education. The products of Gand and Champagne differing no more regularly than the sentiments of the sexes, the changes of mind from infancy to old age as certain as those of the body. Society rests on principles as uniform as the cohesion of matter. Men seek society, government distinguishes property and rank, and from these arise industry, law, war, and travel. Diversity that nonetheless maintains a general course of nature in human life. A traveler describing a nation like Plato's Republic or Hobbes's Leviathan would meet with incredulity. Characters of nations and persons are known only through observed uniformity in actions. This uniformity is the essence of necessity, and whoever in words denies the regular union while allowing that actions follow situation and temper really allows the thing. The sole escape is to deny uniformity. Human conduct appears capricious and a moment sufficient to overturn what costs the greatest labor. Hume replies that we judge men as we judge external objects. Constant conjunction breeds confident inference. Single contrarieties are balanced by concealed causes, leaving things equally necessary, though not equally constant to appearance. Even madmen, said to lack liberty, tell against the libertarian. Their actions are less regular than the wise, and would on the irregularity argument be farther from necessity. It remains to show moral evidence is of the same kind as physical. Moral evidence is conclusion concerning actions from motives, temper, and situation. Inference from handwriting, testimony, politics, and commerce every moment we act. Whoever reasons thus believes the will's actions arise from necessity. The prisoner at the scaffold foresees death as certainly from guard's fidelity as from the axe. Natural causes and voluntary actions link without the mind feeling difference in passing from one to another. Hume dares be positive no one will refute this except by altering definitions. Liberty, removing necessity, is chance. 3 reasons account for liberty's prevalence. After acting, we find it hard to believe we could not have done otherwise. Necessity seems to imply force of which we are not sensible, and few distinguish liberty of spontaneity from liberty of indifference. The former opposed to violence, the latter a negation of necessity, yet confounded in common speech. Secondly, a false sensation of indifference in performing actions has been taken as proof of liberty. When provoked to try, we feel that we'll move easily every way and persuade ourselves the faint motion could have been completed. Yet the spectator infers our actions from motives, and even where he cannot, concludes he might with perfect knowledge, which is necessity's essence. Thirdly, religion has been unnecessarily interested, but dangerous consequences do not prove falsehood. Hume submits his doctrine frankly and maintains this necessity essential to morality. Without it, rewards and punishments suppose no influence of motives, and actions, being temporary, fix neither honor nor infamy on the agent unless they proceed from durable character. Men inconsistently assert necessity destroys merit while judging by its principles in every case of blame, haste, repentance, and excuse. Moral evidence. Inference from motives and situation. The same custom-based necessity as in physical causes. Quote, "It is only from experience and the observation of their constant union that we are able to form this inference. And even after all, the inference is nothing but the effects of custom on the imagination." Quote, "The same experienced union has the same effect on the mind, whether the united objects be motives, volitions, and actions, or figure and motion. We may change the names of things, but their nature and their operation on the understanding never change. Reason and the influencing motives of the will. Nothing is more usual than to talk of the combat of passion and reason. Hume proves first that reason alone can never be a motive to any action of the will, and secondly that it can never oppose passion in directing the will. Demonstration alone is never cause of action. Its province is ideas, while the will places us among realities. Mathematics serves arts only as it discovers proportions of influence. The merchant desires account totals because that sum will pay his debt. When we prospect pain or pleasure, we feel aversion or propensity. Reasoning discovers connected causes and effects, and as reasoning varies, actions vary. But the impulse arises not from reason. It is directed by reason. Where objects do not affect us, their connection cannot. Reason, being only discovery of connection, cannot make objects affect us. Since reason never produces volition, it cannot prevent it. Nothing opposes impulse but contrary impulse. The principle opposing passion is not reason, but is only called so improperly. Reason is, and ought only to be, the slave of the passions, and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them. A passion is an original existence with no representative quality. It cannot be opposed by truth and reason. Passions are unreasonable only when accompanied by judgment, founded on false supposition, or choosing insufficient means. It is not contrary to reason to prefer the destruction of the whole world to the scratching of my finger, or my total ruin to prevent the least uneasiness of a stranger, or my lesser good to my greater. Passion must be accompanied by false judgment to be unreasonable. Corrected judgment makes passions yield without opposition. Calm desires, benevolence, resentment, general appetite to good, produce little disorder and are taken for reason's determinations. Violent emotions likewise influence the will, as resentment, desiring an enemy's punishment independent of self-interest. Metaphysicians err in ascribing direction entirely to one principle. Men act against interest, yet also counteract violent passion for designs. Both operate, and strength of mind is calm prevailing over violent, though no one is so constant as never to yield. From these variations proceeds the great difficulty of deciding men's resolutions where motives contravene, a difficulty philosophy can account for only in greater and more sensible events, leaving smaller revolutions to principles too fine for her comprehension. Quote, "Reason is, and ought only to be, the slave of the passions, and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them." Quote, "It is not contrary to reason to prefer the destruction of the whole world to the scratching of my finger. Violence, custom, and the conversion of affections. Passions do not influence the will in proportion to their violence. A settled, predominant passion directs without sensible agitation. Yet to govern a man, it is commonly better to work on violent than calm passions, placing objects to increase violence. The same good near causes violent passion, remote only calm. Any emotion attending a passion is easily converted into it. When two passions are both present, the predominant swallows the inferior. In love, faults and jealousies increase the prevailing passion. Politicians excite curiosity and delay satisfaction to raise anxiety before revealing facts. Knowing curiosity will precipitate the hearer into the design passion. A soldier thinking on friends feels courage augmented, on enemies, fear, by relation and conversion. Contrary passions cause new emotion in the spirits and more disorder than concurrence of equal forces. This converts into the predominant. Hence forbidden fruit, pleasure in unlawful actions, and duty opposed to passion, often increasing it rather than overcoming it. The mind's efforts to surmount obstacles excite spirits and enliven passion. Uncertainty has the same influence. Agitation of thought, quick turns, variety of passions transfuse into the predominant. Security diminishes passions by removing uncertainty. The mind left to itself languishes and needs new flow of passion. Despair, though contrary to security, has a like influence. Concealing part of an object in shade, with obscurity and attendant uncertainty, rouses spirits through the fancy's effort to complete the idea. Absence destroys weak passions, but increases strong, as wind extinguishes a candle but blows up a fire. Long absence weakens idea, but where idea is strong enough to support itself, uneasiness of absence increases passion. Custom bestows facility, then inclination. Unaccustomed application excites wonder and surprise, augmenting both agreeable and painful affections. Repetition produces facility, pleasure in orderly motion, sometimes converting pain into relish. Excessive facility converts pleasure into pain by faintness of mind. Custom increases active habits, but diminishes passive. Facility weakens passive habits, while tendency gives active habits new force. Quote, "When two passions are already produced by their separate causes, and are both present in the mind, they readily mingle and unite, though they have but one relation, and sometimes without any. The predominant passion swallows up the inferior and converts it into itself." Quote, "Absence destroys weak passions, but increases strong, as the wind extinguishes a candle, but blows up a fire." Imagination, contiguity, distance, and their reversals. Imagination and affections have close union. Vivacity of ideas of good or evil makes passions more violent. Acquainted pleasure affects us more than superior pleasure of unknown nature, because general ideas are obscure, a point Hume illustrates from Themistocles' secret design, rejected by the Athenians when Aristides reported it advantageous, but unjust. Philosophers balance profit and honesty because decisions are general and passions uninterested, and though advantage was immediate, known only under general notion, it had less imaginative force than particular temptation would wield. Fresh memory of recent pleasure operates with more violence. Pleasure suitable to our way of life excites more desire than foreign pleasure. Eloquence represents objects in strongest colors. Until an orator excites imagination, acknowledged value may have feeble influence. Others' passionate opinion influences through sympathy. Belief is lively idea related to present impression. Vivacity is requisite to excite all passions. Mere fiction has too weak a hold. Contiguous objects in space or time are conceived with peculiar force because related to intimately present self. Imagination never forgets its situation in space and time, but is recalled every moment to the present. Conceiving real objects, we never leap to the distant without running over intermediates, and reflection on remote objects obliges renewing that progress continually. Interruption weakening idea and dependent passions. Men concern themselves chiefly with what is near. A mirror broken at home concerns more than a house burning abroad. Tomorrow engages attention. Condition 30 years hence does not. Distance in time weakens more than in space because time's parts cannot be co-present in imagination while extension unites in fancy. A West Indian merchant concerns himself with Jamaica, though few dread remote futurity equally. Future weakens less than past at equal remove because fancy flows with natural succession toward future, against it toward past, and anticipates objects as approaching rather than retiring. 3 reverse phenomena. Great distance increases esteem. Greatness of view, wide plain or ocean or succession of ages, enlarges soul, and admiration directed to interposed distance diffuses over distant object. A great traveler in the same chamber passes for extraordinary. A Greek medal in a cabinet is valued though object need not be actually distant if association conveys view to distance. Opposition that does not discourage inspires grandeur and magnanimity. Compliance renders strength insensible. Opposition awakens it. We associate good with height, evil with lowness, from gravitation's constant operation producing like tendency and fancy. Ascent feels difficult, descent facile, whence virtue and genius are elevated, poverty and folly low. Great temporal distance produces greater veneration because imagination's difficulty through broken succession elevates mind by vastness and renewed effort at each transition. Whence antiquity's relics excel remote modern imports, and we bestow fruitless pains on Chaldean chronology, we would not spend voyaging to learn modern Persia. We imagine ancestors mounted above, posterity below. Small past distance weakens conception. Great past elevates imagination beyond future, since fancy advances rather than retards existence. Quote, belief is nothing but a lively idea related to a present impression. This vivacity is a requisite circumstance to the exciting all our passions, the calm as well as the violent. Nor has a mere fiction of the imagination any considerable influence upon either of them. Quote, contiguous objects must have an influence much superior to the distant and remote. Accordingly, we find in common life that men are principally concerned about those objects which are not much removed either in space or time. Direct passions, hope, fear, and a mixture of contraries. Direct passions arise most naturally from good and evil, desire and aversion, grief and joy, hope and fear with volition. Good certain produces joy, evil grief. Uncertain good or evil produces hope or fear. Instincts, resentment, hunger produce good and evil rather than proceed from them. Hope and fear merit attention because the same event certain would produce grief or joy, but uncertain produces hope or fear. Probability arises from opposed chances, mind tossed between existence and non-existence. Pro and con alternate and destroy certainty. If the object is desired or dreaded, each turn gives momentary joy or sorrow. Affections divide. Imagination is quick, passion slow like a string's vibrations after each stroke. Views change rapidly, but passions mix and confound. As probability inclines to good or evil, joy or grief predominates in the composition, and grief and joy intermingled by contrary views produce hope and fear. Contrary passions from different objects alternate, like liquors in separate bottles. From mixed parts of one event destroy each other, like alkali and acid. From incompatible chances of one object subsist and mingle like oil and vinegar without perfect union. Equal chances produce strongest hope and fear, the mind with least foundation. Increased probability of grief and fear prevails into pure grief. Diminish and passion clears into hope, then joy, as diminishing one color in a prism changes the mixture. Possible, impossible, or certain terrible evils may produce fear. Greatness compensates small probability. Precipice trembling though secure. Condemned prisoner trembling at the rack though escape impossible. Mind rejecting yet pressed upon by horror. Surprise becomes fear, not from pusillanimity, but from commotion, producing uneasy curiosity resembling fear, the image converting into apprehension as mind judges from present disposition. Uncertainty of kind, as which sun is killed, keeps passion from settling into pure grief. Even uncertainty, presenting only good, as bridal night fears, may degenerate into fear when wishes and joys embarrass the mind. Hope and fear, mixtures of grief and joy from probability's imperfect union. Compositions varying like colored rays through a prism. Quote, "The imagination is extreme, quick, and agile, but the passions are slow and restive, for which reason, when any object is presented that afford a variety of views to the one and emotions to the other, though the fancy may change its views with great celerity, each stroke will not produce a clear and distinct note of passion, but the one passion will always be mixed and confounded with the other." Quote, "Are not these as plain proofs that the passions of fear and hope are mixtures of grief and joy? As in optics, it is a proof that a colored ray of the sun passing through a prism is a composition of two others, when, as you diminish or increase the quantity of either, you find it prevail proportionably more or less in the composition. Curiosity and the love of truth. Having examined so many passions without the love of truth that sourced all inquiries, Hume treats curiosity, an affection too peculiar for prior heads without obscurity. Truth of ideas is not desired merely as truth. Compass equality and demonstration equally assure, yet bare arithmetic gives little pleasure. Proving satisfaction proceeds not from truth as such but from endowed qualities. First requisite is genius and capacity in discovery. Easy truth little valued. Truth must also be important. Yet philosophers have ruined health for truths they esteemed useful while showing no public spirit, and would lose relish if convinced discoveries were of no consequence. Apparent contradiction resolved by noting desires that go no farther than imagination, faint shadows of passions rather than real affections. As pleasure in well-contrived fortifications, through sympathy with inhabitants, though the surveyor may hate them. Pleasure of study consists chiefly in mind's action and exercise of understanding. Importance fixes attention rather than adding greatly to enjoyment. Success in attainment matters, where mind pursues end with passion, though passion arose from action. Natural course of affections acquires concern for end and uneasiness at disappointment. Hunting and philosophy parallel. Pleasure and attention, difficulty, uncertainty, with utility supporting imagination. A wealthy man enjoys partridges, not crows, because former fit the table, yet in heat of chase is sorry to miss game as the reasoner at error. Gaming likewise needs both stake and play united, though separately ineffective. mixture like chemical preparations producing opaque color from clear liquids. Belief enlivens and fixes ideas, preventing uneasiness of doubt. Vivacity interests fancy, certainty stops wavering. Too sudden change is unpleasant. Doubt's variation pains where interest, relation, or novelty concerns us. Not every fact excites curiosity, only what strikes with force and gives uneasiness and instability. Stranger newly arrived is indifferent to town history. Living among inhabitants, he acquires natives' curiosity. Reading history, we clear doubts while events are vivid, careless when ideas are obliterated. The same theory extends to morals, politics, and natural philosophy, considering real connections. Beside this distinct implanted curiosity for neighbors' actions, though interest be unconcerned. Curiosity, uneasiness of doubt, where beliefs, vivacity, and fixity are wanted. Distinct from scientific love of knowledge, though sharing beliefs' mechanics. Quote, "We love to trace the demonstrations of mathematicians, but should receive small entertainment from a person who should barely inform us of the proportions of lines and angles, though we repose the utmost confidence both in his judgment and veracity." Quote, "It has been proved at large that the influence of belief is at once to enliven and infix any idea in the imagination, and prevent all kind of hesitation and uncertainty about it. By the vivacity of the idea, we interest the fancy and produce, though in a lesser degree, the same pleasure which arises from a moderate passion." Book 3, Part 1, of Virtue and Vice in General. Hume opens the third book with a candid admission about abstruse reasoning. It may silence without convincing, and its conclusions often vanish when we leave the closet for common life. Yet he ventures a third volume because morality interests us above all subjects. We fancy the peace of society at stake in every moral decision. His method remains experimental. To approve or condemn a character is only so many different perceptions, and the opening question is precise: whether we distinguish vice and virtue by ideas or by impressions. Moral distinctions not derived from reason. The rationalist systems, virtue as conformity to reason, eternal fitnesses, immutable measures binding even the deity, agree that morality, like truth, is discerned by ideas and their comparison. Hume need only ask whether reason alone can distinguish moral good and evil. His answer follows from Book 2. Morals influence passions and actions, but reason alone is perfectly inert in that respect. An active principle cannot be founded on what is inactive. The rules of morality are not conclusions of our reason. Reason is the discovery of truth or falsehood, agreement or disagreement to relations of ideas or to matter of fact. Passions, volitions, and actions are original facts, complete in themselves, and admit of no such agreement. They cannot be true or false, reasonable or unreasonable. Laudable and blamable are not the same with reasonable or unreasonable. Moral distinctions are not the offspring of reason. Conscience is an active principle. Reason is wholly inactive and can never be its source. The objector may say a contradiction appears in an action's attendance, its causes or effects, and that figurative speech may import immorality. Hume grants reason influences conduct only by exciting a passion through information, or by discovering causal connections, affording means to exert passion. Judgments of this kind may err. We may mistake what gives pleasure or pain, or choose wrong means. Yet such errors are commonly innocent, extend no further than mistake of fact, and draw no guilt. I am more to be lamented than blamed if I mistake the influence of objects. No one regards such failure as a moral defect. If moral distinctions derived from these judgments, they would hold for apples and kingdoms alike, and all virtues and vices would be equal. A mistake of right cannot be the original source of immorality, since it supposes a real right and wrong independent of a judgment. Nor can judgments caused by our actions supply the foundation. Actions may mislead others, as when a neighbor through my window draws a false conclusion. Yet the tendency to cause error cannot be the first spring of immorality. Reason may mediate action by prompting a passion, but the truth or falsehood of such a judgment is not attended with virtue or vice. Hume then weighs the hypothesis that virtue consists in relations susceptible of demonstration. The four relations admitting demonstrative certainty, resemblance, contrariety, degrees in quality, proportions in quantity and number, belong as properly to matter as to our actions. An oak producing a sapling that destroys the parent bears the same relations as parricide, yet we feel no guilt in the tree. Incest in animals has the same action and relations as in humans, without moral turpitude. To say reason discovers turpitude in man, but not in beasts, is to argue in a circle, for turpitude must exist before reason can perceive it. The second branch is equally decisive. Vice and virtue are not matters of fact inferable by reason. Take willful murder and examine it in every light. You find only passions, motives, volitions, and thoughts. The vice escapes you until you turn reflection into your own breast and find a sentiment of disapprobation, a matter of fact, but the object of feeling, not reason. When you pronounce an action vicious, you mean only that from the constitution of your nature you have a sentiment of blame from contemplating it. Vice and virtue may be compared to sounds, colors, heat and cold, not qualities and objects, but perceptions in the mind. Reason's inertness. Morals excite passions and produce or prevent actions. Reason alone cannot. Hence, moral rules are not conclusions of reason. Mistake of fact. Erroneous causal judgments may render conduct figuratively unreasonable, but draw no moral guilt. Relations and demonstration. The four demonstrable relations attach to inanimate objects without merit or demerit. Parricide and the Oakshire relations, not moral character. Quote, reason is the discovery of truth or falsehood. Truth or falsehood consists in an agreement or disagreement either to the real relations of ideas or to real existence and matter of fact. Whatever, therefore, is not susceptible of this agreement or disagreement is incapable of being true or false and can never be an object of our reason. Now it is evident our passions, volitions, and actions are not susceptible of any such agreement or disagreement, being original facts and realities, complete in themselves, and implying no reference to other passions, volitions, and actions. Quote, take any action allowed to be vicious, willful murder, for instance. Examine it in all lights, and see if you can find that matter of fact or real existence which you call vice. In whichever way you take it, you find only certain passions, motives, volitions, and thoughts. There is no other matter of fact in the case. Hume cannot forbear an observation of lasting importance. In every system of morality he is met with, the author proceeds in the ordinary way of reasoning, establishing the being of a god, or making observations concerning human affairs, when suddenly, instead of is and is not, he meets with no proposition not connected with an ought or ought not. This change is imperceptible but of the last consequence. That ought expresses some new relation. It should be explained how this new relation can be a deduction from others entirely different. A small attention, Hume is persuaded, would subvert all vulgar systems of morality. Since vice and virtue are not discoverable by reason or comparison of ideas, they must be marked by some impression or sentiment they occasion. Morality is more properly felt than judged of, though the sentiment is commonly so soft that we confound it with an idea. The impression from virtue is agreeable, that from vice uneasy. Moral good and evil are known by particular pains or pleasures. An action is virtuous or vicious because its view causes pleasure or uneasiness of a particular kind. To have the sense of virtue is to feel a satisfaction of a particular kind from contemplating a character. The very feeling constitutes praise. We do not infer virtue because a character pleases. In feeling that it pleases after such a manner, we in effect feel that it is virtuous. An objection parallels the rationalist's difficulty. If virtue is determined by pleasure and pain, might any object become morally good or evil? Hume answers that under pleasure, we comprehend sensations very different from each other. Wine and music both please, yet we do not call wine harmonious. An inanimate object and a character may both satisfy, but the satisfaction differs and our sentiments are not confounded. Nor is every pleasure from characters of the kind that makes us praise. An enemy's virtues may hurt us, yet command esteem. Only when a character is considered in general, without reference to our interest, does it cause the feeling that denominates moral good or evil. Virtue and vice further differ from pleasure in inanimate objects because they excite pride, humility, love, or hatred, passions requiring relation to us. When asked from what principles moral sentiment is derived, Hume replies that it is absurd to posit an original instinct for each of our infinite duties. Nature works by few principles, and we must find general ones. Whether these lie in nature depends on the ambiguous sense of nature. Opposed to miracles, both vice and virtue are natural. Opposed to the unusual, heroic virtue is as little natural as brutal barbarity. Opposed to artifice, the actions themselves are artificial, though the sense of merit may be disputed. The question whether some virtues are natural and others artificial must wait for later parts. We return to the first position. Virtue is distinguished by the pleasure, and vice by the pain, that any action or character gives by mere contemplation, reducing moral inquiry to why the general survey of character causes a particular satisfaction or uneasiness, without incomprehensible relations never clearly conceived. Is and ought. A new relation appears imperceptibly in moral reasoning. Without explaining how ought follows from is, vulgar systems collapse. Moral sense. Approval and disapproval are impressions, agreeable or uneasy feelings from contemplating character, not inferences from reason. Particular pleasure. Moral sentiment is a distinct species of satisfaction, not confounded with wine, music, or interested dislike of an enemy's virtues. Quote, in every system of morality which I have hitherto met with, I have always remarked that the author proceeds for some time in the ordinary way of reasoning, and establishes the being of a God, or makes observations concerning human affairs. When of a sudden I am surprised to find that instead of the usual copulations of propositions, is and is not, I meet with no proposition that is not connected with an ought or an ought not. This change is of the last consequence. For as this ought or ought not expresses some new relation or affirmation, 'tis necessary that it should be observed and explained, and at the same time that a reason should be given for what seems altogether inconceivable, how this new relation can be a deduction from others, which are entirely different from it. Quote, morality, therefore, is more properly felt than judged of, though this feeling or sentiment is commonly so soft and gentle, that we are apt to confound it with an idea, according to our common custom of taking all things for the same, which have any near resemblance to each other. To have the sense of virtue is nothing but to feel a satisfaction of a particular kind from the contemplation of character. The very feeling constitutes our praise or admiration. We go no farther, nor do we inquire into the cause of the satisfaction. We do not infer a character to be virtuous because it pleases, but in feeling that it pleases after such a particular manner, we in effect feel that it is virtuous. Book 3, Part 2 of Justice and Injustice. Hume opens the second part of Book 3 by extending the artificial virtue thesis to justice, the virtue whose rules most visibly govern civil life. What follows is not a catalogue of legal maxims, but a genetic account. How partial passions, external scarcity, and mutual advantage conspire to invent property, promise, magistracy, and the moral colors we paint upon them. The argument repeatedly returns to one constraint established in Part 1. We praise actions only as signs of motives, and the first virtuous motive can never be regard to the virtue itself without reasoning in a circle. Part 2 therefore walks from the artificiality of justice through the origin of property, the imagination's refinement of titles, consent and delivery, promise, government, allegiance, international duty, and the convention-laden virtues of chastity, each step showing how interest first binds men, then sympathy and education moralize the bond. For my part, the whole confirms that the virtues of justice are the most instructive case of artifice in morals. Binding interest, imagination, sympathy, and political invention into one system men mistake for nature until philosophy traces the genealogy. Justice natural or artificial? I have already hinted that our sense of every kind of virtue is not natural in the same way. Some virtues produce pleasure and approbation by an artifice arising from the circumstances and necessity of mankind. Of this kind, I assert justice to be. The opening question is therefore not whether justice is useful, but whether it can be virtuous antecedent to convention, and whether any natural passion, distinct from the sense of duty, could originally move us to restore a loan, abstain from another's goods, or keep faith. The forensic movement is familiar from Part 1. When we praise or blame, we regard motives, not bare external performance, and the ultimate object of approbation is the principle in the mind. From this Hume derives an undoubted maxim. No action can be virtuous unless there be, in human nature, some motive to produce it, distinct from the sense of its morality. A regard to honesty cannot be the first motive to honest action, for we must already regard the action as honest before we can have such a regard. Natural affection explains parental care. Humanity explains benevolent actions whose merit is secondary to that antecedent principle. The father who neglects his child shows one of natural affection. Were natural affection no duty, care of children could not be a duty. Impossible that we have the duty in our eye when we attend to offspring. But what motive restores borrowed money in the rude condition of mankind? The civilized answer, regard to justice and abhorrence of knavery, would be rejected as sophistical. The savage immediately asks wherein consists this honesty in restoring a loan. It does not lie in the external action. It must lie in the motive, and that motive cannot be regard to honesty without the circle already exposed. Self-love, unchecked, is the source of injustice, not honesty. Correcting vices of injustice requires restraining natural movements of appetite. Public interest is not naturally attached to justice until after convention. Secret loans show duty where the public is uninterested, and experience proves that men in ordinary conduct look not so far as the public when they pay creditors and keep promises. There is no love of mankind merely as such, independent of qualities and relations. Sympathy may affect us when objects are near and lively, but this is no universal affection. An Englishman in Italy is a friend by relation to ourselves, not by bare humanity. Nor will private benevolence serve. Enemies, misers, profligates, and cases of urgent necessity all dissolve the alleged natural obligation. A rich man owes charity from humanity, but if private benevolence were the spring of justice, he would not be obliged to leave others more than he must give. Men fix affections on what they possess more than on what they never enjoyed. Yet who will say that is the only foundation of justice? Besides, chief attachment to possessions arises because they are considered property secure by society, a secondary consideration depending on prior justice. Sense of duty may sometimes produce action without other motive when a virtuous principle is common. A man without gratitude may perform grateful actions from duty to acquire the principle, but that supposes other principles capable of producing the action whose beauty renders it meritorious. It does not make justice natural. From all this it follows that we have no real or universal motive for equity, but the equity itself. A plain sophistry, unless nature has established sophistry, is necessary. I shall add, as a corollary, that since blame and praise follow the general force of passions in human nature, as we judge animal beauty by the economy of the species, our natural partialities, children before nephews, nephews before strangers, are the common measures of duty, not impartial justice. When I deny justice to be a natural virtue, I mean only as opposed to artificial. In another sense, no virtue is more natural, and rules of justice may be called laws of nature when we mean what is inseparable from the species. Artificial virtue, a moral quality whose obligation arises from human convention and interest, not from an original passion antecedent to the sense of duty. Circle of virtue. The fallacy of making regard to moral merit the first motive of meritorious action. Quote, "It may be established as an undoubted maxim that no action can be virtuous or morally good, unless there be in human nature some motive to produce it, distinct from the sense of its morality." Quote, "Though the rules of justice be artificial, they are not arbitrary, nor is the expression improper to call them laws of nature. If by natural we understand what is common to any species, or even if we confine it to mean what is inseparable from the species. Origin of justice, property, and society. The two questions Hume now examines are distinct though connected, by what artifice the rules of justice are established, and why we annex moral beauty to their observance. He begins with the first. Of all animals, none seems at first sight more cruelly burdened than man. Numberless wants, slender means. Society alone supplies the defect. By conjunction of forces power is augmented, by partition of employment's ability increases, by mutual succor men are less exposed to fortune. But society requires that men be sensible of these advantages, and the first and original principle of human society is the sexual appetite, which unites the sexes and, through concern for offspring, forms a more numerous society governed by superior strength, restrained by natural affection. Custom and habit, then, fashion children for coalition. Yet selfishness, not the monster of some philosophers, but a confined generosity in which kind affections often overbalance selfish in the whole, produces opposition of passions dangerous to union. The contrariety would be small did it not meet a peculiarity of external circumstances. Internal satisfactions are secure. Bodily advantages cannot profit the robber without loss to us. But external goods are exposed, transferable without alteration, and scarce in proportion to desire. No inartificial principle can control partial affection. The idea of justice, unknown among savages, cannot serve before it exists. Injury implies immorality judged by the natural force of affections, and our uncultivated ideas of morality conform to partiality rather than correct it. The remedy is artifice through judgment and understanding. When men perceive the advantages of society and observe that disturbance arises chiefly from external goods and their easy transition, they seek to put those goods, as far as possible, on the same footing as fixed advantages of mind and body, by convention to bestow stability on possession and leave each in peaceable enjoyment of what he acquires. Restraint is not contrary to passion, but only to heedless movement. Abstaining from others' goods better consults self-interest and friends' interest by maintaining society necessary to well-being. This convention is not a promise. Promises arise later. It is a general sense of common interest mutually expressed, inducing conduct by rules, like two men pulling oars without ever promising. The rule acquires force by slow progression and repeated experience of transgressions, inconveniences. Confidence in others' regularity is the foundation of moderation. After the convention concerning abstinence from others' possessions, there immediately arise justice and injustice, property, right and obligation, the latter unintelligible without the former. Property is those goods whose constant possession is established by the laws of society. To use the words before explaining justice is a gross fallacy. An origin of justice explains origin of property. Same artifice, both at once. Self-interest restrains self-interest. The passion controlling avidity is avidity itself redirected. Whether self-interest be called vicious or virtuous is indifferent. It alone restrains it. The rule of stability may seem abstruse, yet parents establish it among children and improve it as society enlarges. So the first human situation may justly be esteemed social, though philosophers may separately consider affections and understanding as a natural philosophy. Avidity alone is insatiable, perpetual, universal, and directly destructive. Vanity, pity, love, envy, and revenge are either social, intermittent, or directed at particulars. The state of nature is a philosophical fiction. Unlike the poet's golden age of spontaneous plenty and cordial affection, Hume's pre-social condition is war, violence, and the absence of mine and thine. Justice arises from selfishness, limited generosity, and the easy transference of external objects in conditions of moderate scarcity. Were benevolence extensive or goods abundant, justice would never be dreamed of. Were benevolence narrower or wants more pressing, it becomes requisite. Hume further argues that justice is not founded on eternal relations of ideas. Alteration of temper and circumstances would entirely alter duties if justice were rational discovery of immutable connections. But abundance or universal benevolence destroys justice only by rendering it useless, while necessity creates it by public interest, concern arising from impressions, not relations. The connection of justice with interest is singular. Single acts may harm public or private good, yet the whole scheme is absolutely requisite. Property must be stable by general rules, though momentary ill result. Experience of the system's advantage induces each to perform when others will imitate. Languages in gold and silver as common measures arise like justice, gradually, without promise. The natural obligation is interest. Moral approbation follows when sympathy, education, and politicians extend esteem for justice. Though politicians may carry their efforts too far and seem to extirpate virtue altogether. Reputation, once merit and demerit attached to justice, reinforces probity. Nothing touches us like character, and character depends greatly on conduct toward others' property. In the imagined state of nature, there is neither justice nor injustice. Yet Hume does not say violence to others' goods was allowable, only that property, and hence justice, did not yet exist. Quote, "This convention is not of the nature of a promise, for even promises themselves, as we shall see afterwards, arise from human conventions. It is only a general sense of common interest, which sense all the members of the society express to one another, and which induces them to regulate their conduct by certain rules." Quote, "Self-interest is the original motive to the establishment of justice, but a sympathy with public interest is the source of the moral approbation which attends that virtue." Rules determining property. Stability of possession, though absolutely necessary, remains useless in general terms until some method assigns particular goods to particular persons. The reasons modifying the general rule are not derived from the utility of giving each man what suits him. Such fitness is controversial, partial, and would perpetuate discord. Justice conducts herself by extensive views. Whether a man be generous or a miser, she receives him equally. Hume's imagined savages, entering society and establishing constancy of possession, naturally continue each in present mastery. Custom reconciles us to what we have long enjoyed and gives affection for the familiar. What has long lain under the eye we are most unwilling to part with, while possessions never enjoyed we can easily live without. Occupation annexes property at first formation because men will not leave property in suspense. First possession engages attention. After society is established, occupation, prescription, accession, and succession supply titles where present possession alone would authorize restitution and reward injustice. Occupation depends not on labor-mixing theories, but on relations in the imagination, power, proximity, resemblance. Hence the irresolvable dispute of the Grecian colonies and the hare versus apple cases. A weary hare bears relation to the hunter industry formed. An apple within reach does not. Discovery of a continent, view of hidden objects, intention to possess, all enter where relations are feeble. Prescription and long possession weaken first title by distance and strengthen present by time. Accession follows easy transitions of thought. Small follows great, not great small. The empire draws the Orkneys, not Orkneys the empire. Rivers and friths illustrate fancy's geography. Alluvion must be insensible for land to follow soil. Commixtion and confusion in Roman law display how imagination traces separable grains where liquids are undistinguishable. The cup from another's metal, the writing on another's paper, the house on another's ground, which is most considerable, depends on constancy, value, obviousness, extent, independence, and falls off into municipal law, where reason leaves undetermined boundaries. Imagination and title. Property rules follow the smooth transitions of associated ideas rather than abstract utility or labor alone. General rules. Justice fixes possession by inflexible secondary rules because particular judgments of fitness would reopen violence. Quote, Justice, in her decisions, never regards the fitness or unfitness of objects to particular persons, but conducts herself by more extensive views. Quote, If we prefer examples which are real to such as are feigned, we may consider the following one. I find the dispute impossible to be decided, and that because the whole question hangs upon the fancy, which in this case is not possessed of any precise or determinate standard upon which it can give sentence. Transference by consent. Stability alone leaves persons and possessions ill-adjusted. To allow each to seize by violence what he judges fit would destroy society. The medium is obvious. Possession remains stable except when the proprietor consents to bestow it on another. Mutual exchange requires translation of property by consent as much as stability without consent. Different regions and employments make commerce necessary. Delivery, or sensible transfer, is commonly required not from utility alone, but because property, taken as something real without reference to sentiment, is insensible and inconceivable. Translation is more remarkable, and the defect of ideas is felt. Stability engages less attention and is easily passed over. Translation obliges us to seek remedy on every side. A present impression and relation enliven the idea. We actually transfer possession to aid imagination in conceiving the mysterious transition. Symbolical delivery, keys for corn, earth and stone for a manor, resembles superstitious representation in religion and law alike. As Catholic ceremony renders mysteries present to sense, lawyers satisfy fancy where real delivery is impracticable. The parallel is deliberate. Both law and religion employ sensible signs where the object of thought is otherwise too faint to move the mind to steady conduct. Quote, In order to aid the imagination in conceiving the transference of property, we take the sensible object and actually transfer its possession to the person on whom we would bestow the property. The supposed resemblance of the actions and the presence of this sensible delivery deceive the mind and make it fancy that it conceives the mysterious transition of the property. Promises and the interested commerce of mankind. That the rule enjoining promises is not natural appears from two propositions. A promise would not be intelligible before conventions, and even if intelligible, it would carry no moral obligation. If promises were natural, some act of mind attending I promise must produce obligation, but it is neither resolution, desire, nor willing the future act. The vulgar say we will the obligation itself. Yet morality depends on sentiment. We cannot by willing create new sentiments, nor render actions moral by words alone. And by the same reasoning that made justice artificial, fidelity has no natural motive distinct from duty. The necessities are clear. Confined generosity and unreliable gratitude leave mutual performances unfinished. The harvest parable shows how want of security ruins advantageous exchange of labor, distant goods, and future services. Moralists cannot remold the mind. They can only redirect passions. Self-interested commerce begins. I serve without kindness because I foresee return and maintenance of correspondence. Stability of possession made men tolerable. Transference by consent began to make them advantageous. Yet without promise, distant houses, heaps of corn by general terms, and exchange services remain insecure. Commerce loses what nature fitted men to enjoy. Shortest experience of society discovers the need. When each perceives the same interest in fellows, he performs his part assured they will not be wanting. All enter a scheme calculated for common benefit and agree to be true to their word. Promises distinguish interested from disinterested commerce, a form of words expressing resolution and subjecting the speaker to loss of trust if he fail. Conventions create the new motive when experience teaches the utility of symbols securing conduct. Interest is the first obligation. Moral sentiment follows as with justice, while we feign a willing of obligation to cover the absurdity. Promises compared to transubstantiation expose the artifice. Interest warps forms into contradictions, jest, ignorance, deceit, that theology, having no public interest at stake, resolves more strictly by intention. Expression often becomes the whole of the promise, though resolution alone would not bind. Yet unknown meaning, jesting signs, or conjectured deceit limit obligation. Contradictions explicable only if promise is human invention for convenience, not real natural relation. Each new promise would mysteriously create new moral obligation by will, like holy orders changing nature by form and intention. Force in validating contracts proves artificiality, except where public interest differently weighs surgeon and robber. The corn and labor example remains the vivid center. Without artificial security, both lose harvests. Yet friendship's disinterested commerce survives alongside interested commerce, distinguished by the invented form of words. Interested commerce, exchange maintained by expectation of reciprocal advantage, sanctioned by promise as distinct from friendship's disinterested offices. Feigned act of mind, the supposed willing of obligation invented to mask that words alone cannot create sentiments. Quote, "Your corn is ripe today. Mine will be so tomorrow. It is profitable for us both that I should labor with you today and that you should aid me tomorrow. I have no kindness for you, and know you have as little for me. Here then I leave you to labor alone. You treat me in the same manner. The seasons change, and both of us lose our harvest for want of mutual confidence and security." Quote, "A promise, therefore, is naturally something altogether unintelligible, nor is there any act of the mind belonging to it." Farther reflections on justice and property. Section 6 gathers arguments showing justice to be altogether artificial. Property and right, being human inventions for interest, may vary with circumstances, as in the philosophical fiction where water, not land, is scarce and fountains are guarded while the sea remains free, or where vigor, not age, determines inheritance, or where men may not live on coasts or travel by water without paying for passages. If justice were natural and founded on eternal relations of ideas, such alterations would change duties detectably in reason. But they alter duties only by altering utility, which shows concern arises from impressions and interest, not relations of ideas. The three fundamental laws are artificial. Their connection with interest is singular. A single act of justice may harm society, restoring a fortune to a miser or bigot. Yet the whole scheme is indispensable. We embrace virtue only on supposition others imitate. Further, vice and virtue run insensibly into each other, but property and obligation do not. A man has full property or none. Obligation is entire or absent. Acquisition and loss occur in an instant without insensible gradation. Hence justice, if natural, would be unvarying as property is, or property would vary as passions do. Neither coheres. Civil law's perfect and imperfect dominion is fiction without foundation in natural equity. The hirer of a horse for a day has as entire a right for that time as the proprietor any other. Common life half believes in gradations. Referees split differences. Judges fake whole arguments from halves, but rigorous thought demands entire rights. Lastly, ordinary conduct follows particular motives, not inflexible rules. We're men to judge estates by friendship, enmity, or utility alone. Rich fool and bachelor against poor, sensible father of many. That partiality would suit natural morality, yet destroy society. General inflexible rules are therefore artificial remedies for natural variability. Upon the whole, justice has two foundations: interest, when men observe society's necessity, and morality, when sympathy with public interest pleases us in just actions. The first is voluntary artifice. The second follows naturally, augmented by politicians and parents. Quote, "Upon the whole, then, we are to consider this distinction betwixt justice and injustice as having two different foundations, viz., that of interest, when men observe that it is impossible to live in society without restraining themselves by certain rules, and that of morality, when this interest is once observed and men receive a pleasure from the view of such actions as tend to the peace of society." Origin of government. If interest in justice is so clear, whence disorder? The imagination governs. We proportion affections to the light in which objects appear rather than to intrinsic value. What is contiguous strikes with lively idea and prevails over remote good. Hence men prefer trivial present advantage to order depending on justice. Your example pushes me to injustice, lest I be cully of my integrity. The infirmity becomes its own remedy. At distance minute distinctions vanish, and improper reason prefers greater good. On approach, present inclination returns. Unable to change nature, men change situation, rendering observance of justice the nearest interest of a few indifferent magistrates whose remote stake in injustice and immediate interest in execution supplies what passion withholds. Whoever chooses the means chooses the end. If we cannot prefer remote at the moment of action, we embrace expedients imposing restraint, study, friends' advice, meditation failing, we welcome any institution binding us in advance. Government thus originates to cure negligence about remote objects. Magistrates decide controversies with less partiality than parties. They force men into conventions, draining meadows, building bridges, harbors, ramparts, where multitude makes free riding irresistible. Two neighbors may drain a common meadow, but 1,000 cannot concert complicated design without officers whose failure connects remotely with ruin of the whole. Execution of justice is the principal, not the only advantage. Violent passion obscures equity itself as well as interest in it. The expedient imposes external necessity because internal preference for the contiguous cannot be abolished. Men choose the means when they choose the end, and if they cannot prefer remote at the moment of action, they will consent to structures that make justice someone's immediate interest. Under governors, shelter men, taste society's sweets. Government extends beyond protecting conventions to obliging men to form them where mutual advantage requires compulsion. Quote, "They cannot change their natures. All they can do is to change their situation and render the observance of the laws of justice the immediate interest of some particular persons, and its violation their more remote. Allegiance and its source apart from promise. Philosophers who make justice natural often resolve allegiance into promise or original contract. Hume, having shown natural justice itself conventional, rejects engrafting government on those laws. Civil duties connect with natural as inventions chiefly to enforce them. Government's principal object is constraining observance of nature's laws. Promises included among effects of government, not foundations of obedience. Ends and means differ. Obedience preserves order. Promises beget mutual trust. Interests of each are equally general and avowed. Neither should be resolved into the other. Men often promise what interest already required, superadding security. But when civil obedience is as general and avowed as promise-keeping, confidence attaches to it independently, and allegiance detaches from promise, as property abstention does not rest on promise. Moral obligations of honor and conscience are likewise distinct. We blame disloyalty because execution of justice is impossible without magistracy, as we blame breach of faith for commerce's sake. Present advantage may blind us in our own rebellion, but not in judging others' sedition prejudicial to public interest and our own. Sympathy and general survey denominate vice. Education and politicians add further morality to loyalty. Their industry is unsurprising where interest is concerned. Though Hume has endeavored to establish his system on pure reason, he here appeals to popular authority. Moral distinction rests on sentiment, and whether obligation arises from promise is plain matter of fact, as one knows whether debt rests on one's bond or father's, and on what conditions. Neither magistrates nor subjects commonly think allegiance born of consent. Rulers conceal contractual origin if they could receive it only tacitly. Yet tacit will cannot escape notice as express consent would. Born subjects, pretenders and deposed lines, rebels punished at majority, without interval for tacit choice, absolute governments whose nature excludes consent, all confute the promise theory. Dwelling in dominions is not consent where none imagined choice. It never excused rebellion at first act of discretion. Promise and allegiance, when both exist, are felt as distinct bonds. Uniting them was subtle philosophy, not common life. Quote, "Were you to ask the far greatest part of the nation whether they had ever consented to the authority of their rulers or promised to obey them, they would be inclined to think very strangely of you, and would certainly reply that the affair depended not on their consent, but that they were born to such an obedience." Measures and objects of allegiance. Writers who founded allegiance on contract intended a just conclusion by fallacious means. Tyranny frees subjects because conditional contracts fail when protection ceases. Hume grants the conclusion on better grounds. Interest in security is the immediate sanction, and when oppression renders authority intolerable, natural obligation ceases. Moral obligation may outlive cause through general rules extending beyond originating reasons. Yet exceptions multiply only when themselves like general rules founded on numerous instances. Present revolt may be pardoned where long-oppressed ancestors could not have bound descendants. But where tyranny is enormous, resistance is lawful, though laws cannot fix particular rules. Philosophy and law alike fall silent where only swords decide, save that self-preservation and public good authorize what no despotism can abolish. In mixed constitutions, resistance may be lawful when a magistrate encroaches on other parts though general tenor of laws deems it rebellion. Preservation of public liberty is essential, and each member must have self-defense against encroachment, as matter would have resistance, lest all collapse to a point. Those who respect free government yet deny resistance renounce common sense. Choosing magistrates by peculiar interest would render government ineffectual. The same interest that causes submission makes us renounce it in choice, binding us to forms and persons. As stability of possession requires general rules, though particular assignment be frivolous, government is embraced ardently, then directed by lesser considerations. Titles include long possession. Time reconciles usurpation. A century scarce enough for new government, though a day may give title to clothes. Present possession. Right of stronger when no other title. Conquest. Glory favoring conquerors over usurpers hated. Succession. Imagination joining son to father's authority. Elective monarchies still feel its pull, and positive laws. Losing force in transition, yet giving fundamental law rhetoric, where Salic and similar maxims resist arbitrary. Innovation. Artaxerxes and Cyrus illustrate imagination. Eldest birth versus generation after accession. Positive law derives from prior titles, yet weakens in transmission. Subjects may think themselves free to return to ancient government when long-established forms are suddenly changed unless evident public good appears. History and philosophy agree. Disputes over princes' rights, Germanicus or Drusus, adoption versus blood, are often incapable of decision. Peace recommends quiet submission without curious scrutiny of origins. Few governments bear rigorous examination. Present possession authorizes what ethics cannot derive. The revolution illustrates resistance when public good is evident. Mixed governments members defending ancient bounds. Imagination extending parliamentary license beyond strict law. Forfeiture affecting heirs though natural expectation would differ. And time legitimating titles through successors, as Julius Caesar becomes first emperor while Sylla remains usurper. And Hugh Capet gains from established posterity what Cromwell lacks. Long possession. Custom giving moral color to authority whose original title was rebellion or usurpation. General interest in allegiance. The same motive requiring government also requires not picking rulers by private advantage. Quote, "Whoever considers the history of the several nations of the world, their revolutions, conquests, increase and diminution, will soon learn to treat very lightly all disputes concerning the rights of princes, and will be convinced that a strict adherence to any general rules are virtues that hold less of reason than of bigotry and superstition, laws of nations and princely morality. When civil government extends over mankind and societies border one another, new duties arise, ambassadors' inviolability, declarations of war, abstaining from poison arms, suited to commerce among states. Nations resemble individuals in needing mutual assistance, yet differ enough to regulate themselves by laws of nations superadded to, without abolishing, the three fundamental rules of justice. Stability, transference by consent, and performance of promises bind princes as subjects. Peace, commerce, and succor extend the same notions. Where possession lacks stability, perpetual war follows. Where property is not transferred by consent, no commerce. Where promises fail, no leagues. A current maxim authorizes a morality for princes freer than that of private persons, not in lesser extent of duty, but lesser force. Solemn treaties still bind, because advantage requires execution, yet transgression may be lawful on more trivial motive. This shocks some philosophers but follows the same principles. Interest imposes natural obligation, sympathy and convention moral obligation. When interest diminishes, morality relaxes proportionably. Princes form treaties and must expect advantage from performance. Hence natural law binds them. But the narrower stake and greater temptation explain why leagues among states are kept with less fidelity than contracts among neighbors, as practice confesses though politicians seldom avow it. The proportion finds itself without subtle philosophy. Practice teaches degrees of duty better than invented measures. All this confirms that moral rules of natural and civil justice arise from human conventions and interest in peace, not from eternal relations discoverable a priori. Quote, "The advantages, therefore, of peace, commerce, and mutual succor make us extend to different kingdoms the same notions of justice, which take place among individuals." Quote, "However shocking such a proposition may appear to certain philosophers, it will be easy to defend it upon those principles by which we have accounted for the origin of justice and equity, chastity and modesty. If any difficulty remains about universal approbation of justice, modesty and chastity furnish still more conspicuous instances of the same principles. Some philosophers attack female virtue as without natural foundation in exterior modesty of expression, dress, and behavior. Hume proceeds directly to education, voluntary conventions, and interest. Human infancy's length and parental concern require durable union of sexes for education. Men must believe children their own. Anatomy makes paternal error possible where maternal is not, whence vast difference in education and duties of the sexes. A philosopher would reason that public punishment of infidelity is insufficient without legal proof. Bad fame and shame must attach peculiarly to female infidelity, with praises for chastity and backwardness barring approaches to pleasure, repugnance to expressions and postures bearing immediate relation to enjoyment, since temptation is strongest and excuses easiest. Speculative reasoning alone would deem this chimerical, yet practice achieves what reflection finds difficult. Those with interest in female fidelity disapprove infidelity. Others follow the stream. Education molds ductile minds. General rules extend beyond generating years and beyond women past childbearing, though men escape the same laws where reason for the rule does not apply. The exception obvious in the male case, not in different ages of women, because general rule carries us beyond original principle. Bachelors, however debauched, are shocked by female lewdness. Maxims have plain reference to generation, though enforced where generation ceases. Courage among men, like chastity among women, owes much to artifice, though courage has some natural foundation. Hume defers. Male chastity obligations bear to female what law of nations bears to natural justice. Weaker interest, weaker moral bond, as all ages confess in practice, if not in preaching. Quote, those who have an interest in the fidelity of women naturally disapprove of their infidelity and all the approaches to it. Those who have no interest are carried along with the stream. Education takes possession of the ductile minds of the fair sex in their infancy. Quote, it is contrary to the interest of civil society that men should have an entire liberty of indulging their appetites in venereal enjoyment. But as this interest is weaker than the case of the female sex, the moral obligation arising from it must be proportionably weaker. Book 3, Part 3 of the Other Virtues and Vices. Having closed the long examination of justice and the artificial virtues, Hume turns to what remains of his moral system, the natural virtues and vices, qualities that please or offend by their own tendency, without depending on human contrivance. Part 3 will conclude the science of morals. The opening sections consolidate what the preceding books have prepared. Moral distinctions rest on peculiar sentiments of pleasure and pain. Whatever quality gives satisfaction upon survey is virtuous. Whatever gives uneasiness is vicious. Virtue aligns with the power to produce love or pride, vice with humility or hatred. Actions matter only as signs of durable character. Single deeds without constant principle never enter moral reckoning. Sympathy, that communication of sentiments whereby the motion of one mind passes into others, as among equally wound strings, has already explained beauty in useful things and esteem for artificial virtues. The natural virtues invite the same hypothesis. Most qualities we approve do in fact render a man a proper member of society, and where a sufficient cause is found for one effect, philosophy ought not multiply causes without necessity. The origin of the natural virtues. The transition from artificial to natural virtue is not a change of principle, but of circumstance. Where justice benefits society only through a whole scheme of conduct, generosity or humanity benefits in every particular act and moves in natural passion directly. Hume has already met two objections: the variability of sympathy versus the stability of moral judgment, and the case of qualities useful only to the agent, by invoking a steady and general point of view. We correct momentary appearances as we do in judgments of external beauty. A countenance does not become less beautiful at 20 paces because we know what effect proximity would produce. Moral praise likewise fixes on the tendency of qualities toward the happiness of those who have commerce with the person possessed of them, not on our present selfish interest. Even when we blame a man who opposes us justly, we make allowance for human selfishness and correct by reflection what passion would otherwise dictate. Before applying the system to particular virtues, Hume completes his inventory of the four sources from which moral pleasure and pain arise. Every quality denominated virtuous gives pleasure by mere survey. Every vicious quality produces pain. That pleasure or pain may flow from four quarters: usefulness to others, usefulness to oneself, immediate agreeableness to others, or immediate agreeableness to oneself. Some passions and operations of the mind are virtuous or vicious simply because their particular feeling is agreeable or disagreeable. The feeling constitutes the nature of the passion and needs no further account. Yet even where virtue seems to flow directly from immediate pleasure or uneasiness, sympathy has considerable dependence. We approve qualities immediately agreeable to those with whom a man has commerce, though we never reaped pleasure from them. We approve qualities agreeable to the person himself, though they benefit no mortal. The only interest or pleasure that appears the same to every spectator in judging characters is that of the person examined or of persons connected with him. These interests touch us more faintly than our own, yet being more constant and universal, they counterbalance self-interest even in practice, and alone are admitted in speculation as the standard of virtue. Four sources: utility to others, utility to self, immediate agreeableness to others, immediate agreeableness to self. The general review from which particular virtues will be derived. Steady point of view. Moral judgment corrects the fluctuations of sympathy by placing ourselves in a common standpoint, as with beauty at a distance. Quote, every quality of the mind is denominated virtuous, which gives pleasure by the mere survey, as every quality which produces pain is called vicious. This pleasure and this pain may arise from 4 different sources. For we reap a pleasure from the view of a character, which is naturally fitted to be useful to others, or to the person himself, or which is agreeable to others, or to the person himself. In judging of characters, the only interest or pleasure which appears the same to every spectator is that of the person himself, whose character is examined, or that of persons who have a connection with him. And though such interests and pleasures touch us more faintly than our own, yet being more constant and universal, they counterbalance the latter even in practice, and are alone admitted in speculation as the standard of virtue and morality. Greatness of mind. Hume now illustrates the general system by the passions of pride and humility, above all the vice of excessive pride and the virtue of a just sense of one's worth. Overweening conceit is universally hated. Modesty procures goodwill. This belongs to the 3rd source. Immediate agreeableness or disagreeableness to others, without reflection on tendency. 2 principles govern the case. Sympathy, whereby another's opinions and self-estimate acquire force in our imagination, and comparison, whereby we judge objects by proportion to ourselves rather than intrinsic worth. Comparison is directly contrary to sympathy in operation. In all comparison, an object makes us receive from another, to which it is compared, a sensation contrary to what arises from its direct survey. Another's pleasure, considered in itself, gives pleasure. Compared with our own, it produces pain. Hume's shipwreck example shows the medium required. A faint idea of others' misery avails by comparison. A vivid spectacle operates entirely by sympathy and forbids the Lucretian pleasure of watching from shore. Applied to pride, sympathy causes another's elevated self-sentiment to present a mortifying comparison. Our judgment does not fully accompany his flattering conceit, yet is shaken enough to give the idea influence above loose imagination. Where belief accompanies merit equal to pretension, sympathy prevails over comparison. Excessive pride is therefore vicious. It causes uneasiness in all men by disagreeable comparison. Our own pride makes us displeased with others' pride. Yet a due degree of pride is laudable. Utility to one's self joins agreeableness to self. Nothing is more useful in conduct than sensible merit and confidence in one's projects. Fortune favors the bold, and boldness requires a good opinion of ourselves. Self-satisfaction may be requisite in a character even when disagreeable to others. Our own sensations determine vice and virtue as much as those excited in others. Good breeding, like the laws of nature securing property, restrains the opposition of men's pride and renders conversation agreeable. Direct expressions of self-applause are condemned even in men of sense. Some disguise is requisite. We must carry a fair outside of modesty and mutual deference, preferring others in conduct, though not always in secret sentiment. No one practiced in the world believes required humility goes beyond the outside. Genuine, well-founded pride, while concealed, is essential to a man of honor. Rank and station must be felt in conformity with custom. Prudence alone cannot supply the tacit air superiority requires unless pride were generally approved when well-grounded. History confirms the point. Alexander's dignity when abandoned by his soldiers, celebrated by the Prince of Condé, exhibits heroic virtue as steady pride and self-esteem. Courage, magnanimity, ambition partake largely of that origin, which religious declaimers call pagan. Merit of pride derives from utility and agreeableness to self. Beyond just bounds, it loses the first advantage, yet remains agreeable. So sympathy with the proud man's satisfaction diminishes blame. Excessive courage under fortune's frowns contributes to heroic character, even while ruining affairs. Quote, "In all kinds of comparison, an object makes us always receive from another, to which it is compared, a sensation contrary to what arises from itself in its direct and immediate survey. The direct survey of another's pleasure naturally gives us pleasure, and therefore produces pain when compared with our own. His pain, considered in itself, is painful, but augments the idea of our own happiness and gives us pleasure. In like manner, therefore, as we establish the laws of nature, in order to secure property in society and prevent the opposition of self-interest, we establish the rules of good breeding, in order to prevent the opposition of men's pride and render conversation agreeable and inoffensive. Goodness and benevolence. Having explained greatness in human affections, Hume accounts for their goodness. Experience teaches that generosity seldom extends beyond friends, family, or country. We judge within the narrow circle in which a person moves. Natural tendency to be serviceable within that sphere wins approval by sympathy with those more particularly connected. Perpetual contradictions in society force us to forget private interest in moral judgment. The point where sentiments concur is tendency of passion to advantage or harm of those in immediate intercourse with the agent. Sympathy extends to resembling cases and weakens with remoteness. Yet calm judgment neglects these differences. As we correct distance in external objects, we form a general and inalterable standard for discourse, pulpit, theater, and schools. Generosity, humanity, compassion, fidelity, friendship, gratitude, zeal, disinterestedness, liberality, all form the benevolent character. Tenderness makes a man agreeable and useful and directs other qualities that might otherwise make tyrant or public robber. Love is immediately agreeable to its possessor, hatred disagreeable. We praise passions partaking of the former and blame those sharing the latter. Our approbation in such cases has an origin besides utility. Tears start at tender conceptions, and men without reflection approve characters most like their own. Extraordinary delicacy in love or friendship. Attention to the smallest concerns of a friend, sacrifice of one's own considerable interest, touches humanity deeply though it little influences society. Minute concern proves highest merit. Passions are contagious. Signal friendship warms the spectator, and the transition from agreeable sentiment to love is easy when sympathy has already excited love itself. Hence benevolence's peculiar merit. Even its weaknesses are virtuous. Excessive grief at a friend's loss bestows merit as well as melancholy pleasure. Not all angry passions are vicious. Anger and hatred suit our frame, and one of them may prove weakness. Low degrees we excuse and even applaud as inferior to mankind's usual measure. Cruelty forms the most detested vice. Pity for sufferers turns against the guilty with stronger hatred than elsewhere. Qualities incommodious to associates are faults without further examination. In enumerating good qualities, we mention what renders one a safe companion, easy friend, gentle master, agreeable husband, indulgent father. We consider a man in all social relations. If no relation exists in which we could not wish to stand to him, his character is perfect, the ultimate test of merit and virtue. Quote, "A propensity to the tender passions makes a man agreeable and useful in all the parts of life, and gives a just direction to all his other qualities, which otherwise may become prejudicial to society. Courage and ambition, when not regulated by benevolence, are fit only to make a tyrant and public robber. If there be no relation of life in which I could not wish to stand to a particular person, his character must so far be allowed to be perfect. If he be as little wanting to himself as to others, his character is entirely perfect. This is the ultimate test of merit and virtue. Natural abilities. A familiar distinction separates natural abilities from moral virtues, placing the former with bodily endowments as devoid of moral worth. Hume finds the dispute verbal. Both are mental qualities. Both produce pleasure and procure love and esteem. Men are as jealous of sense and knowledge as of honor and courage. They fear being thought good-natured for want of understanding, and sometimes boast excess debauchery to appear spirited. Figure in the world, reception in company, esteem of acquaintance depend almost as much on good sense as on any moral part. Without moderate parts and understanding, the best intentions cannot procure regard. Natural abilities, though perhaps inferior in dignity, share causes and effects with moral virtues. Why distinguish them? Even if we withhold the title of virtue, natural abilities procure love and esteem and lend luster to other virtues. Each virtue excites a somewhat different sentiment. Caesar and Cato are both virtuous yet differently, one amiable, one awful. Natural abilities may differ in feeling from moral virtues without becoming another species. The objection from involuntariness fails thrice. Many moral virtues, constancy, fortitude, magnanimity, are equally involuntary. Beauty and deformity in morals need not depend on free will, and free will has no more place in actions than in qualities of men, while actions are more voluntary than judgments without greater liberty. The real ground of moralist distinction is practical. Natural abilities are almost invariable by art, while actions proceeding from moral qualities may be changed by rewards and punishments. Hence legislators address justice, not folly. Common life praises prudence as virtue nonetheless. Ancient moralists placed prudence among cardinal virtues. Natural abilities are esteemed chiefly for utility to the possessor. Prudence and discretion are requisite to successful design. Goodness of intention alone cannot secure a happy issue. Degrees of reason set infinite difference among men. Art's advantages fall largely to the prudent. Whether quick or slow apprehension, clear head or copious invention excels, depends on which capacitates best for the world. Industry, perseverance, patience, activity, vigilance, constancy share the same origin. Temperance, frugality, economy, resolution are valuable for conducting life, while prodigality and irresolution draw ruin. Wit and eloquence please others immediately. Good humor pleases oneself and diffuses joy by sympathy through company. Cleanliness is a virtue because it renders us agreeable. Negligence is fault because it excites uneasy sensation in others, revealing moral distinctions' origin even in seeming trivialities. Decorum relative to age, character, or station affects praise. Violence to customary connections in thought is disagreeable. Memory alone, unless stupendous or crippling judgment, scarcely enters praise or blame. Middling memory serves business equally, and men affect to complain of bad memory, to claim genius. Where understanding variations have felt consequences in extraordinary degrees bring delight. Sympathy with utility and pleasure bestows merit. Involuntariness cannot divide natural from moral abilities when many moral excellences are equally necessary and when moral feeling arises from survey, not from liberty. Legislative focus. Moralists emphasize voluntary actions because punishment and exhortation can alter them, not because common esteem follows the same line. Quote, "No distinction is more usual in all systems of ethics than that betwixt natural abilities and moral virtues, where the former are placed on the same footing with bodily endowments, and are supposed to have no merit or moral worth annexed to them. Whoever considers the matter accurately will find that a dispute upon this head would be merely a dispute of words, and that though these qualities are not altogether of the same kind, yet they agree in the most material circumstances. They are both of them equally mental qualities, and both of them equally produce pleasure, and have of course an equal tendency to procure the love and esteem of mankind." Farther reflections on the natural virtues. Hume extends the four-source hypothesis to advantages of body and fortune. Pride, humility, love, and hatred arise from advantages of mind, body, or fortune producing pleasure or pain. Moral approbation is fainter love, disapprobation fainter hatred. Bodily advantages illustrate the scheme with a phenomenon philosophers may call ludicrous yet instructive. Good women's men are well received, and engage affections, even where virtue forecloses enjoyment. Ability to give pleasure is the real source, and sympathy with another's commerce operates where no prospect of one's own exists. Bodily beauty partly consists in conformation attended by strength and agility. Broad shoulders, firm joints, taper legs please, because signs of force we sympathize with. Health and vigor enter beauty. Sickness in another is disagreeable by conveyed uneasiness. We are pleased with regular features, though neither useful to self nor others, because we consider ourselves as we appear to others and sympathize with advantageous sentiments entertained toward us. Esteem of the rich may be ascribed to immediate pleasure in their equipage, hoped advantage from liberality, or sympathy with pleasure they themselves reap. Hume prefers the third as most immediate, though great riches also interest by multitude and importance of consequences, again through sympathy. Sentiments of approbation resemble each other, though derived from different sources. Sentiments directed to different objects differ in feeling, though, from the same source. Visible beauty's pleasure is much the same whether from species or utility, yet a convenient house and a virtuous character do not produce the same feeling of approbation, even when sympathy and utility explain both. This flexibility of sentiment is inexplicable yet familiar in all passions. Quote, "Here it is evident that the ability of such a person to give enjoyment is the real source of that love and esteem he meets with among the females, at the same time that the women who love and esteem him have no prospect of receiving that enjoyment themselves, and can only be affected by means of their sympathy with one that has a commerce of love with him. This instance is singular and merits our attention." Conclusion of Book 3. Hume closes Book 3 hopeful that nothing is wanting to an accurate proof of his ethical system. Sympathy is powerful in human nature, influences sense of beauty and morals, and alone produces the strongest approbation in justice, allegiance, chastity, good manners. Circumstances requisite for its operation are found in most virtues tending to good of society or of the person possessed. Comparing circumstances, sympathy is chief source of moral distinctions. No objection against it in one case fails to extend to all. Justice is approved for tendency to public good, and public good affects us only by sympathy. The like holds for virtues useful to society or to self. Most allow useful qualities of mind are virtuous because of utility. Once admitted, sympathy must be acknowledged, since means are valued only as ends are valued, and strangers' happiness touches us by sympathy alone. These form morality's most considerable part. Were it proper to bribe assent, lovers of virtue would be pleased to see moral distinctions derived from so noble a source, giving just notion of human generosity and capacity. Sense of morals is inherent and powerful. Reflecting on itself, it approves principles from which it derives and finds nothing but greatness and good in its origin. Unlike systems resolving morals into original instincts, which cannot equally commend the sense of virtue and its principles. Justice is artificial, yet its moral sense is natural. Combination of men renders acts of justice beneficial, and without natural approval, no convention could produce the sentiment. Human inventions change with humor. Justice rests on the greatest imaginable interest extending to all times and places, obvious at society's first formation, steadier than if founded on original instincts. The same system clarifies virtue's happiness and dignity and interests every principle of nature in cherishing it. Knowledge and ability bring alacrity when we consider the esteem they procure besides immediate advantage. No fortune compensates breach of social virtues when peace and inward satisfaction depend on strict observance, and a mind cannot bear its own survey after failing mankind. Hume forbears insisting. Such reflections require a work apart, unsuited to the present anatomical genius. The anatomist ought not emulate the painter. Accurate dissection of smaller parts cannot give graceful expression. Yet something hideous or minute in such views must be set at distance to engage eye and imagination. Still, the anatomist advises the painter. Exact knowledge of parts and connection is impracticable to excel in the latter art. Abstract speculations on human nature, however cold, become subservient to practical morality and may render that science more correct and persuasive. Quote, "Thus, upon the whole, I am hopeful that nothing is wanting to an accurate proof of this system of ethics. We are certain that sympathy is a very powerful principle in human nature. We are also certain that it has a great influence on our sense of beauty when we regard external objects as well as when we judge of morals. The anatomist ought never to emulate the painter, nor in his accurate dissections and portraitures of the smaller parts of the human body pretend to give his figures any graceful and engaging attitude or expression. And thus the most abstract speculations concerning human nature, however cold and unentertaining, become subservient to practical morality and may render this latter science more correct in its precepts and more persuasive in its exhortations." Appendix: Personal Identity, Confession and the Return to the Self. The appendix opens in a candid temper. Hume would gladly confess error and esteems a return to truth more honorable than unerring judgment. After revising his account of belief, he turns again to personal identity and finds himself worse off than he had hoped. He had entertained some hopes that the theory of the intellectual world might escape the contradictions attending every explication of the material world, but upon a stricter review, he is involved in such a labyrinth that he neither knows how to correct his former opinions nor how to render them consistent. If this be not a good general reason for skepticism, it is at least sufficient to breed diffidence and modesty in all his decisions. The case against strict identity. The arguments that first induced him to deny the strict identity and simplicity of the self still seem attended with sufficient evidence. We have no impression of self as something simple and individual, and therefore no idea of it in that sense. Whatever is distinct is distinguishable and separable by thought. All perceptions are distinct and may be conceived as separately existent without contradiction. When he turns reflection on himself, he never perceives self without some perception, nor anything but perceptions. The composition of these forms the self. Reduce the mind to a single perception of thirst or hunger, and nothing appears but that perception, no notion of substance to which further perceptions could supply what was wanting. Philosophers have grown reconciled to having no idea of external substance distinct from particular qualities. The same principle should prepare the way for saying that we have no notion of mind apart from its perceptions. The labyrinth. Connection without substance. The difficulty arises when he explains the principle of connection that binds perceptions and makes us attribute to them a real simplicity and identity. His account is very defective. Nothing but the seeming evidence of the preceding reasonings could have induced him to receive it. If perceptions are distinct existences, they form a whole only by being connected together. Yet no connections among distinct existences are discoverable by human understanding. We feel only a determination of thought to pass from one object to another. Personal identity is found when the ideas of past perceptions feel connected and naturally introduce each other. That conclusion has a promising aspect so long as consciousness is a reflected perception, but every hope vanishes when he tries to explain what unites successive perceptions in thought or consciousness. Distinct existences. Every perception is separable in conception. The bundle admits no simple substance in which perceptions inhere. No perceived real connection. The understanding discovers no necessary tie among distinct existences. Association yields only the felt passage of thought. Two irreconcilable principles. Hume cannot render consistent the claims that distinct perceptions are distinct existences and that the mind never perceives real connection among them. Nor can he renounce either. He must plead the privilege of a skeptic. The difficulty is too hard for his understanding. The appendix does not retract the experimental account of the self so much as expose its honest limit. Identity explained by memory and association, while the demand for a persisting substance outruns what reflection can supply. Quote, I had entertained some hopes that however deficient our theory of the intellectual world might be, it would be free from those contradictions and absurdities which seem to attend every explication the human reason can give of the material world. But upon a more strict review of the section concerning personal identity, I find myself involved in such a labyrinth that, I must confess, I neither know how to correct my former opinions, nor how to render them consistent. Quote, if perceptions are distinct existences, they form a whole only by being connected together. But no connections among distinct existences are ever discoverable by human understanding. We only feel a connection or determination of the thought to pass from one object to another. It follows, therefore, that the thought alone finds personal identity. When reflecting on the train of past perceptions that compose a mind, the ideas of them are felt to be connected together and naturally introduce each other. Quote, in short, there are two principles which I cannot render consistent, nor is it in my power to renounce either of them, viz., that all our distinct perceptions are distinct existences, and that the mind never perceives any real connection among distinct existences. For my part, I must plead the privilege of skeptic and confess that this difficulty is too hard for my understanding. Conclusion. The treatise argues that a science of man, built by the experimental method, can underwrite logic, morals, criticism, and politics, provided we abandon the pretense of ultimate principles beyond experience. Book I establishes the furniture of the mind, impressions and ideas, the gentle forces of association, and the reduction of causal inference and necessary connection to custom and belief. It then presses skepticism concerning reason, the senses, and the self until philosophy alone would dissolve us, at which point nature restores common life. Book 2 shows that the indirect passions are governed by a double relation of impressions and ideas, that liberty is compatible with necessity understood as constant union, and that reason is the slave of the passions in the economy of action. Book 3 relocates moral distinctions and sentiment, explains justice as an artificial virtue arising from convention under scarcity, and surveys the natural virtues through sympathy from a general point of view. The appendix returns to personal identity and confesses that two principles, distinct perceptions as distinct existences, and no perceived real connection among them, cannot be reconciled by any hypothesis Hume finds satisfactory. The stakes are both epistemological and practical. Without the copy principle and custom, metaphysics invents powers, substances, and selves it cannot show. Without the anatomy of the passions and moral sense, ethics either pretends to deduce aught from is or ignores the springs of praise and blame. Hume's limits are stated in his own voice. Ultimate principles stop at experience. The account of personal identity remains defective. Philosophy pushed too far must give place to nature. The work does not replace politics or legislation with psychology. It claims only that those arts rest on a true science of man. Readers seeking a system sealed against doubt will be frustrated. Readers willing to follow appearances through impasses to custom, sentiment, and confess skepticism will find the pattern of modern empiricism at full stretch. Key persons discussed: David Hume, author, experimental philosopher of the science of man across understanding, passions, and morals. George Berkeley, cited on abstract ideas, particular in nature, general in representation, which Hume adapts. John Locke, implicit interlocutor on ideas, substance, and personal identity. Hume radicalizes the empiricist inheritance. Isaac Newton / Francis Bacon, models for the experimental method Hume would introduce into moral subjects. Bell, occasional interlocutor on infinite divisibility and skeptical difficulties. Key works discussed: A Treatise of Human Nature, Hume, 1739 to 40 primary text, 3 books plus appendix. An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding / Inquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals. Later, more polished restatements, useful companions, not substitutes for the treatise's full anatomy. Berkeley's theory of abstract ideas, directly appropriated in Book I Part 1. Ancient and modern philosophical systems. Targets of Book I Part 4. Substance, occult qualities, Cartesian dualism. Index of core concepts. Impressions and ideas. All perceptions of the mind divide by force and liveliness into impressions, sensations, passions, emotions in their first appearance, and ideas, faint copies in thought. Simple ideas copy simple impressions. Complex ideas may be compounded by the imagination. This copy principle is the treatise's first law and the weapon against innate ideas and empty metaphysical terms. Association of ideas. Resemblance, contiguity, and causation gently unite ideas. A kind of attraction in the mental world that memory and imagination obey in different degrees. Without these principles, the mind would be a heap of perceptions without order. With them, Hume explains belief, the passion's double relation, and the fiction of personal identity. Belief, not a new idea added to conception, but a lively manner of conceiving an idea when related to a present impression. Belief explains why causal inference moves us, why poetry differs from history, and why custom can stand in for reason in guiding life. It is the hinge between the understanding's associations and the passion's operations. Custom, habit, the principle by which, after constant conjunction, the mind passes from an impression to the lively idea of its usual attendant. Custom, not insight into powers, grounds causal inference and the projection of the uniformity of nature. It is also the touchstone that animal reason shares with human, instinct trained by experience. Necessary connection. The idea, traditionally taken to define cause and effect. Hume finds no impression of power in the objects. The impression is an internal determination of the mind, produced by custom, which we then spread upon external objects. This negative result dismantles scholastic and popular notions of efficacy, as perceived in bodies. Personal identity. The self as a bundle or theater of perceptions linked by resemblance and causation, not a simple substance perceived by introspection. Book I Part 4 advances this fiction of the imagination. The appendix confesses that distinct perceptions as distinct existences, together with the mind's failure to perceive real connection among them, leave the account incomplete. The privilege of the skeptic. Double relation of impressions and ideas. The mechanism of pride, humility, love, and hatred, an object, self, or other, and a cause, a quality in a related subject, linked by association of ideas and a parallel association of pleasant or uneasy impressions. It explains why beauty, virtue, property, and fame produce pride, and why the parallel structure yields love of others. Sympathy. The communication of vivacity from one person to another by the association of ideas of self and other. The chief source of moral distinctions and of esteem, compassion, and the love of fame. From a steady, general point of view, sympathy corrects the partiality of private interest and makes justice and benevolence objects of common approbation. Liberty and necessity. Necessity in human actions is constant union and inference, as in nature. Liberty as chance is illusory, while liberty is spontaneity, acting from one's own motives, is compatible with necessity and required for morality. This reconciles moral evidence with the experimental science of man. Moral sense/sentiment. Vice and virtue are not relations reason alone discovers in objects. They are felt as a particular species of pleasure or uneasiness when character is surveyed. The famous is/ought passage marks that moral discourse introduces a new relation that must be explained by sentiment, not smuggled out of descriptive premises. Artificial virtue, justice virtues such as justice, fidelity to promises, and allegiance that arise from human convention under scarcity and limited generosity, not from a natural instinct toward the particular act. They are artificial in origin, yet natural as inventions of human nature. Government stabilizes them in large societies. Natural virtues, benevolence, greatness of mind, earn approbation more directly through sympathy. Reading comprehension questions. Why must the science of man be experimental? And what peculiar disadvantage does moral philosophy have compared with natural philosophy in collecting experiments? Distinguish impressions and ideas. What work does the copy principle do? And how does Hume treat the missing shade of blue? Reconstruct the argument that causal inference is not a demonstration and that the idea of necessary connection is not taken from the objects. What is belief? And how do custom and the association of ideas produce it? How do skepticism concerning reason and the senses lead to the crisis of Book I Part 4? And how does nature restore common life? Explain personal identity in Book I Part 4 and why the appendix finds the account defective. What is the double relation of impressions and ideas? And how does it explain pride and love? Why is reason the slave of the passions? And how does Hume reconcile liberty with necessity? Why are moral distinctions not derived from reason alone? And what does the /ought passage claim? How is justice an artificial virtue? And what role do scarcity, limited generosity, and sympathy play? Critical probe. Hume claims custom is a sufficient guide where reason fails. What value assumption about sufficient for life is he making? And what rival account of justification might reject it? Critical probe. Where might the reduction of necessary connection to an internal impression seem to change the subject, powers in nature versus feelings in us? And how does Hume answer that charge within the experimental method?